Hello everyone and welcome to this week's Fight Night Rising. We are back after a little bit of a hiatus. My name is Khroen and joining me is Boopasaurus. Boop, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to get some games on. Like anytime we have like a tournament after fight night, I always take the fight night as like the little peer into the future, what we might be seeing moving in, because that has tended to be the case in the past. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what we get here.
Especially with some of these players competing here tonight, competing in that Innovation Cup and just, coming up this weekend. So a lot of exciting stuff to look forward to for tonight. But speaking of those players, let's go ahead and introduce them. We have a couple of fantastic lobbies here. Starting with Lobby A, we got Asian Gucci Squad, what a name, BWG Red Nightmare, Shung Money 12, Floating Tortoise, Hubie Knight, PH Dan, Single Persona, and YT Kupo TFT to round out Lobby A. We got Lobby B as well, Boop.
Yeah, we got bananas in some pajamas. We
Yeah.
got Upset Max. We got Dakius. We got SOK TFT. We got Kane Drew. Got Con Mario Bros. Poison Ender, and Rengar Botbot.
That we do, and four of these players are joining us from last week, and all of them are still vying once again for that prize pool. That is right. We got some money on the line for these players. $150 goes to first place, $75 for second, $50 for third place, and $25 for fourth. Of course, the top four will return for next week. Now, Boop, last time we had Kupo win the fight night, and I believe it was a little bit of a, I don't want to say surprising performance, but there was definitely a lot of tight competition, especially when we get to the final two games. Kind of anything can happen. We have Banana and Pajama coming back for, I believe it is the fourth week now, so got past that third week curse, and that's really the time where we got to really start paying attention really closely to these players. How much of an impact can they make? How far can they go? And will they keep their dominant streak up?
What's actually really interesting about Banana and Pajama is during the most recent streak, we had been in Fight Night in a couple other iterations, and I think maybe Maxi's come back for 2 weeks, right? So
Yep.
this is a big step forward in their progress when it comes to what is next for them. And so you just got to keep it up. Like you said, a lot of people come out of Fight Night with that competitive experience, and they go into something like Innovation Cup and crush it. Last time this happened, right? Asa was playing in Fight Night and then did quite well the next day. He actually got through all of his bad games on Fight Night. So there's a lot that you can take out of it if you're going to be competing tomorrow, or
Yep.
if you are competing tomorrow and just watching. There's going to be a lot to glean from the most recent changes and stuff, because there hasn't been something competitive in that sense on this particular patch just yet.
Yep, patch has only been out for a little bit now, and there was a decent amount of changes, right? A lot of meta shifts, going to nerf a lot of the, I don't know, the kind of outliers in previous patches. We got a little bit less of that, Sivir, Renata action that was so popular, and now it's, honestly, Innovators, still in a good spot, but we have like some reroll coming into the meta, right? Some Talon reroll Ash, throw Brand in there as well, actually. You could do a whole bunch of stuff with reroll, but the meta, I feel like I say it all the time, is by no means solved. And this, like you said, Boop, is going to be a really nice indicator moving forward into this weekend's Innovation Cup. And players maybe experimenting, going out of their comfort zone here. They can treat this as a little bit of, practice before a larger, a bit more, impactful event, because it will feed into the regional finals. If you win that, you qualify, and you get to have a chance at Worlds, right? That's every competitive TFT player's dream, and they can get their start here.
So, Khroen, you know what is really hitting me hard, literally
Yeah.
at this very moment? I'm realizing almost every competitive structure in all sports is based off the spelling bee, right? In your spelling bee, you get your class spelling bee, you win that, and then you go to your school spelling bee, and then you win that, and then you go to the national spelling bee, and then you win that. You know what I mean? And so it's
Yeah.
kind of like that. Fight Night Rising is a little bit like the school spelling bee, right? Before we let you out into the national spelling bee, which is the Innovator Cup, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. You just had to
I
follow me,
like it. I like it.
Yeah, just go on the journey with
I'm
me. It
with you
totally
now.
works out.
I
It's
was
all
curious at
sports.
first. It is
Thanks
true.
for the spelling bee. But we're gonna go over to our previous champion, Kupo, who I believe had a little bit of an up and down initial lobbies, but played very well in the last couple. And we're going right towards innovators. I know a lot of people thought that innovators might be a little less popular, but they're just as popular, I think, as they have been in the past. They still can work because something about this comp is that you can re-roll this comp as well. There's a couple one-cost units that you can carry a lot of strength into the late game with.
Yeah, speaking of those one costs, Twitch, Ezreal, those are those units right there. Singed as well, could do it with. We'll see what Kupo's going to lean towards for the early game. Some players may have, chosen to buy the Twitch instead of the Ziggs, but hey, early game Yordles is still going to be decent in some scenarios, especially when you're going to be centering around a kind of Corki carry, Corki twin shot, 3 Yordles in there. That could be a decent composition, but Kupo right now having 2 swords and 1 bow, probably not a Corki angle, gonna be some AD instead. And we got Bruiser Heart, Electrocharge, and Ludens. All kind of solid options. There's no Bruisers that Koopa already has. It does give a Sejuani, however, so that could be some solid direction to go to. But what do you make of this here, Boop?
Looking at what we might be seeing in the future, right? If we are going to hit innovators, Ludens is actually quite good for a lot of the units, and so is Electrocharge, actually. By the end of the day, right, that bear is probably going to do more damage off the Electrocharge than it would off of its actual abilities, right? So you're kind of keeping the tankiness of the front line on your advantage, plus adding a significant amount of damage that does stack with each other. So like when you've got the encircling of the tanks to even get crit, you're going to be able to stack that damage onto the same unit.
Yes, you will be. And Kupo, a nice job of scouting out all the other players' augments. There's, I think, a Clockwork Heart, Twin Shot Heart. Someone had Hype Roll as well, so probably some aggressive fast leveling that we will see in this lobby. And alright, Innovator is already on the board for Kupo, having the Mechanical Scarab, found a Zillion, feels good. Let's see if he's going to be slamming any items here. Giant Slayer is a good item. It is going to always get a little bit of value, but will of course get more as the game does go on, and those units have that high HP pool to start dealing with. But this is a solid try for Kupo.
Yeah, you get an extra unit with Innovator, so the itemization, while important, can actually take a little bit of extra time in this particular composition. We get a double trouble when it comes to the Zillion. The Zillion is going to get punched right into the face, but you're already seeing just even the Zillion getting that electric charge ability from the augment and doing a good amount of damage, because the thing about innovators too, until we get Seraphine, there's no one who really does like a ton of damage at once, right? So you're going to be taking people down little by little, and this should help with that. That electrocharge augment just is going to help with that specific thing, as we have a 2 unit victory here.
Yeah, I was looking a little rough there, but the Electrocharge and having extra unit, proccing that Electrocharge as well, did help out a ton. Even found some pairs there as well.
Swap.
But, yeah, I like it as well. Production of value, baby. But speaking of value, some more value and more units. Innovators, once again, on Red Nightmare's board here. Everyone leaning towards that direction if it is presented.
The thing about innovators too is that there's actually a couple escape routes when it comes to this comp. You can go even more flexible and kind of just abandon the whole thing and go scrap, right? Which is kind of what could happen here, but we have the 3 innovators already. We have scrap to get some extra item value, but if we want to go into assassins later, if we want to do chemtechs, that's all still available for this particular comp. I mean, you can even go snipers eventually when it comes to it, because some people will put the Caitlyn in this comp for an enforcer push a little later on.
The option for Jhin as well and innovators, very, very nice for the late game.
I remember Red Nightmare. I believe he won here once before. Yeah, so I, some experience coming back, and we already have a contested comp, right? We have the Zillion too, so we are definitely going to be going at least innovators for the next couple rounds, at least through stage 2, before we make any big changes.
And solid start here, a nice Zillion upgrade as well, makes the board a little bit more powerful. There's still a bit of a lack of frontline in this board, right? There's just the Scarab, there is no Singed. There's the one on the bench, however. Just kind of checking out the Socialite Hex positioning. Not going to be great for anything that wants to stand in the back line, but still good for melee carries. Could see some Irelias there a bit later. I think she is still a threat in this meta, even with all the changes and the meta rotations. Sniper, however, trying to keep a streak going into the carousel, but Kupo is as well, and Kupo's actually still at 100 HP. And Koopa's going to remain there, especially with the help of that Blitzcrank 2 upgrade and, some innovators over there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were riding along with Koopa a little earlier on, and what's interesting here is when you're contesting a comp, these 1v1s versus the same comp become extra important, right? That is your advantage over the person you're contesting. So eventually, one person usually bullies the other, or they will hold hands in 7th or 8th place. As of right now, with innovators, there are enough units to kind of work it out,
Yeah.
but it's going to be tough to run 2 innovator 5 comps. Eventually they're kind of going to be like a sharks in the womb and eat each other before
Yeah.
either one of them can actually progress to the lobby win. And that's kind of what contesting's all about, right? Who is going to be the one that eventually consumes the rest of the units as the others fall out?
Exactly. It's going to really come into fruition when we see players start to roll for the Seraphines and the Jaces on like level 7, level 8. That's when it's going to be the big thing, right? Who's going to find those upgrades first? Are they going to be able to stabilize and push levels through there? Or are they going to be forced to just roll it down to 0 every single turn, trying to find their upgrades and just not hitting? Always got to keep that into account. 2 should be fine to run with, but if there's a third player trying to go innovators, that's when it's really, really going to get dicey.
Now we're going over to single persona. We can get him on a dating app to change that probably. But I was actually just watching DQA before we came on cast, and he was running a little bit of a twin shot build. The Hextech Gunblade was on the Lucian, so it actually was doing quite well with Jinx. With some really great itemization. Had a fun little double trouble augment for the second augment, but we don't have that quite yet. But the Hextech Gunblade can go on the Lucian, can stay on the Malzahar, both good holders of it, as we're continuing to print Yordles and get some money. Still, Twin Shot's a good direction here, but not a permanent one that we need.
Yeah, this is a fantastic opener here. Farming money with the Yordles, as you mentioned, having some solid upgrades as well. Poppy 2 frontline, even running bodyguards right now as well to make her that much more tanky. Corki and Lucian are going to be doing good damage as well as the Malzahar. I mean, this is kind of everything that you want from an early game situation. There is the potential for Single Persona to run into Kupo. Does dodge that matchup, however. But that is a Twitch 2 with an IE, and he has a good angle in the backline here. We need to be dealt with here soon.
Yeah, Twitch with IE, imagine literal tree stumps being thrown at your face. But, I mean, too much damage going on to it. Twitch kind of isolated himself, and that's the give and take with ranged assassins, right? Some boards are going to be safe the whole time. Other boards, they're going to be absolutely destroyed because they jump into a cluster, right? So there is some positioning things that you have to think about when it comes to the Twitch. But here, it didn't really matter. There was enough damage, and I mean, just with the 2 Arcanists and you've got the Vex in the front line, I mean, you got kind of everything here.
Yeah.
As we go over to Floating Tortoise, or what I like to say, me after a buffet, we are getting that clockwork augment. So, we got a standard augment to start, and we're doing twin shots here as well.
That's interesting. I mean, it's always the situation where like, oh, I wonder what augments they were offered. If you take like Clockwork Heart in the beginning, it must have been.
You could tell I was about to say that. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like it always happens when you see something like Clockwork, right? It's like it's kind of niche. It's just not a popular decision that players would usually make. It must have been. I mean, I don't know, right? You must wonder. There must have been not that many things that were great to choose from, but being gifted another Gangplank does perhaps give some options. Probably wanting to slam some components here. There was no full streak, and hey, might as well just grab a Gangplank 2. You can really seriously consider from this position just committing to twin shots, re-rolling something like Gangplank or Gangplank Lucians. I think could be fine. Corki, I mean, you can do it from this spot as well, right? But especially with the BT commit on the Gangplank, I think he's going to really be the focus of this composition. It will be awkward to get always Clockwork value from here, but hey, you can run an Oriana a bit later in this composition. It's going to be fine. I think Floating Tortoise has outs from here.
All right, looking at this Gangplank, it's already doing so much damage. A Gangplank 2 at 3-1 is early, right? It's average when we hit 4-1-4-2, and you're actually going to see it fall off. But in terms of tempo and timing, this Gangplank is hitting at a pretty good spot. And twin shots are very well known to not be very sturdy, right? A la challengers. And you're seeing it here too. While the Gangplank was able to do a ton of damage, I'm sure the damage chart will be pretty earth shattering when it comes to that damage.
Oh,
And we actually win out because of the ultimate. Gifted a little bit of a round there, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a little close because the GP actually missed a shot because Ezreal dodged it, right? It was that TG value, so it probably was favored, just got a little bit unlucky, and then lucky there again at the end. Moving on over at this point to Chung Money, though. What do we have here? Another innovator player. Boop, that marks at least 3. So that situation you talked about earlier of, maybe contesting a few units and there'd be a little sharks in the womb situation. I think that might actually be the case here as we get, level 7, level 8 online for these players soon.
All right, we're moving over though. We're moving on. We're moving over to some other things. I think Chug Money is still kind of deciding where to commit. We only have a singed one, and I think that's a really good indicator that we're probably not going to get the innovator strat. So we have the Draven in here just in case. We had a lot on the bench, but as of right now, I think Chung Money absolutely knew that round was going to be thrown away pretty much, and we'll see what the augment brings us, because that seems to be where Chung Money is kind of putting the next chapter of his game into.
Yeah, definitely didn't want it to be a thrown away round, right? That's why they were rolling that gold to try to stabilize, but really just didn't find enough. So had to kind of cut the losses there as we do get to the second augment choice. Can we smoke bomb phalanx or cybernetic implants? Phalanx not the best. If you have these target dummies, you'd want them to stay in the front line, but you also want them to have the stats as well. I mean, you can get away with back rowing or back two rowing everything, but it might be cybernetic implants from this spot.
I would also probably take, I would take cybernetic implants at this point, unless we're moving over to a fancy schmancy mutant assassin comp here, which was open.
Yeah, true. Could have happened. There's the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, but at this point in time, the Thieves Clubs is going to be where the power is in terms of where the carry power is, because we do have the 2 challengers, but Draven needs those items to make him powerful, right? He needs the Bloodthirster, not just every once in a while from a TG roll, but he really needs it. As we're starting to sell a lot from the bench, we could go to 30 if we chose to. But as of right now, we're going to stick to 27. It is round 3-3, so we will be hitting 50 gold by the time we get to the PvE round.
Yeah, could even, if you win, sell the Rek'Sai. Probably doesn't want to sell the Singed. I think leading into the Innovators is still a viable option, especially if you roll into a Seraphine soon. And hey, even just Singed 1, right, it could still work. If you have a Bear there, it's going to be well enough value to work with. Winning this round, of course, means that only need to sell a Rek'Sai. Most likely we'll do it. Yeah, there we go. All right. I was wondering what the hesitation was for, but they do decide to. And now we get to look at this stage 3 carousel and where everyone is at in the lobby. The only one outlier I would say is Asian Gucci Squad down there at 44 HP at this point. No one else is really down there, but that might mean a couple of things, right? You're going hard economy, trying to spike, maybe level up to 7 here, roll it down, stabilize, or maybe even go as far as to go level 8 on like 4-1 or 4-2. Didn't see if it was mercenaries or anything like that, but mercenaries are definitely still a solid option in this meta, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get mercenaries locked in at 2-1, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting because there's some augments that lock in mercenaries in terms of making them too powerful, right? You got like the Triforce augment that can, because there are 2-3 costs in mercenaries, you can actually make it hard to lose, which is interesting. As we move over to QB Knight, who's been here before, I believe is one of our returning members from last week, also picking up the Draven from the potential innovator start here as well. So maybe we're moving innovator into challenger / debonair at the moment. We have a little bit of freedom on how we want to use this, assuming that our tome is going to give us what we need.
Yeah, the tome is a big thing. I think tome odds were nerfed a little bit to be a bit less consistent in terms of the options that you get, at least in the early to mid game, but still gonna be a solid option. That's kind of why we see QB holding it on the bench for so long here. But Draven's not the carry. Besides with the talent, I think that's a solid option. Running 4 bodyguards as well means that against any AD-focused comps, right, it's going to be hard to get through. But Asian Gucci Squad is rocking a Corki, has a Giant Slayer, is going to be well equipped to take out QB's board here, but it might just be a little bit too much to deal with.
It looks like it. There's or not.
No.
Yeah, like we got the next iteration of the fight, and the Corki absolutely destroying that back line. I mean, AoE versus single target damage, right? And there's actually not a ton of giveaway for the AoE because right now Draven's single target damage isn't that great, as it's going to be Chally and Socialite, probably the 2 choices that you'd want. But now we're moving potentially onto the Zyra. Whoever they pick will get an increase in attack speed, and they go to max range. So if you're wondering what happens when you put Challenger Emblem on a ranged unit, just like everything else. Sometimes I feel like it's special because it's a spat. You know, something crazy is going to happen, but it's just going to be that attack speed at max range.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's going to be Zyra charging on in, attacking so fast. But no, it's just Zyra's still a solid unit. It's going to get a lot of value here, right? Stunning. There's 3 units there in the front line. She's going to get multiple casts off because she's an upgraded unit here. Buying time as well for Draven to, keep doing what he's doing as well. And it looks like QB might finally snap. No, Kha'Zix actually takes out the Draven in the back line. Now it's just a 2v2. What's going to happen? Pause champ.
Next slide, please.
All right, actually,
yeah, I love the what is it? The blast, the paint, like the paintball one. Love that one. Anyway, we have a Debonair Draven now, so we're full commit. We would absolutely, I mean, if the Mork God were to come down upon us and give us a second or third Draven right now or on the first roll of the next round, that would be perfect, because we have to keep those items on the Draven on the bench until we do find it.
Yep. Now we see PH Dan going level 7, rolling it down to 0, and finding a couple of pretty solid units here. Finding a Silco, finding a Tom Kench, having a Spat to work with as well. No 5 Innovator, which I think is really what Dan wanted to roll down for in that situation. Being on 4 Scrap, 4 Innovator feels a little bit awkward. 3 Clockwork as well.
Yeah, it looks like Kupo is the shark that's winning right now. The Electrocharge is actually doing a lot of work, and this is an Innovator 4 comp that is losing against its like-minded comp by 4 units, and that's what I mean by how they can kind of eat each other, right? When they do damage to each other, it's a lot more impactful because the person who falls inevitably takes a lot more time to come rising back up. So Kupo now at 96 HP, running one of the 4 Innovator comps I believe we've seen so far in this lobby. Seems to be doing quite well. We do have the Jace now, so everything has changed. Everything has changed now up until round 5-1, but since we 1%ed this Jace, we have a shot now. The Bear's here, right? We've got Stand United, which is one of the best augments for Innovator comps in general. You're going to be doing a lot of splashing, and we got 4 scraps, so we're going to be able to get a good amount of value from items.
Yep, going to get a Quicksilver on the Blitzcrank, not the best. Shiv on the Echo, a little bit better. Already having a Shiv on the Seraphine, however. But really, Dana's focus on recovering this economy at this point. You don't want to be stuck on level 7, 0 gold for the whole game. But you still might be taking some losses right now, especially going up against a nearly fully built Tryndamere 2 from Red Nightmare. The fight was close, but just because you get 5 Innovator, get the Jace online, doesn't mean you're really out of the water yet. I think even Dan should consider selling this Zillion plus Camille to make Econ. It's really tough to... I mean, what are you considering from Dan's perspective going for a Clockwork? I mean, grabbing a couple of scraps, you don't really want to... okay, I mean, hey, is gonna find a way to do it.
Attacks will be very fast. That'll be very nice for the Seraphine, but that's kind of it. The Jhin will get flat damage from it, but we do have a Bloodthirster, which has been an item that has came upon us with a passion, if you know what I mean. Like, this is not a item that was very popular at all really in the last half set, but has become very, very popular recently, as we actually see an AP hybrid oriented Corki on one side, tons of CC, and that is what's going to win you these Innovator games. You get the damage from the Seraphine, but it's also the CC that allows you to continuously put small amounts of damage onto your opponent.
Definitely so. A nice transition there from Dan. Definitely the Zillion being an innovator, of course, makes it a lot easier to rock that for a Clockwork. Didn't realize that wasn't in at that point. My apologies there. Definitely easy to just drop the Blitzcrank, go for a Clockwork, drop the scraps, and beat a solid spot right now, right? So Dan is focused on these Jin items. That fall notification. Hey, Spicy Appies there. Shout out Spicy Appies. Oh man, I love it.
I love it. Anyway, let me recover from that mentally, Khroen. Anyway, okay, so we have 2 people tied at 20 HP. So everyone going to be making it to this augment at least. We haven't been seeing a lot of people get eliminated quite early, but everyone going to be making it to the last augment as we move over to Asian Gucci Squad, which is having this little bit of hybrid Corki here. The Giant Slayer is going to be really nice for both types of damage. Here's that tier 3 Lulu. And for the first time, I think, ever in Fight Night, we have a 6 Yordle comp that is committed. And that explains why we were so low so soon. But it seems like we might be stabilizing, maybe a tad.
A little bit. Still a ways to go, however, Boop. Not out of the water yet. There is the Lulu 3, but still need the Corki 3. That's the big one. And Corki gets shrouded as well. 3 twin shots, nice. 6 Yordles is going to actually provide a kind of significant buff. If Trinity finds the way into the backline, though, if he can take out the Corki, no, is not able to do so. Asian Gucci Squad will stabilize here, and that's impressive. Going up against a board like Red Nightmare that goes to level 8, rolls down to 0. Not in the worst spot here, but still, the timer is ticking of when you will actually be able to find these much-needed upgrades. You're going to find a Celestial Blessing, right? A little bit of healing. Not able to make use out of this Socialite Hex as well because of Phalanx, right? You want to put all your units in the back couple of rows to benefit from those stats. A little bit of missed value, but not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. It's only the Socialite 1, right?
Yeah.
It's a good amount of extra damage, but in terms of who would benefit from that damage on here, it's probably Jinx the most. But I've been seeing Jinx like tear apart some boards recently in my own games and on stream. Like I was saying, DQA was running that twin shot build, and his Jinx was impressive. So now with Asian Gucci Squad, you know, stabilizing at least 1 round, right? We've at least squeezed a couple extra rounds out to get some of our Yordles, but the unfortunate thing is we're still looking at tier 1 cost Yordles that still need to be tier 3. So we're pretty far behind. I wonder if this was a late commit, but it might end up working out if we're able to, you know, steal a couple rounds from these innovator comps that have been feeding off of each other.
Jinx gets hooked there. Didn't want that to happen, and she'll actually not even get an ult off instead. Really wanted Ziggs to be that hook bait in the corner, but if enemy Blitzcrank is frontlined, hey, it's gonna, you know, hook that corner slot where the Jinx just was. Now Corki has to bail out this round, and probably will be able to do so, especially with the Lulu helping out here. Yeah, Ezreal too, not quite good enough. Kupo's in a fine spot though. This is I've been watching too much Soju lately. It's a fake loss, right? It's not, might as well not even be a loss there for Kupo. It's, you know, gonna be going to level 8 in a really safe spot, have a ton of gold, absolutely a-okay, but it is a lot more impactful for Asian Gucci Squad. Now a decision has to be made. Do you sell this Gnar? Do you sell something else? So actually gonna full remake this Gnar so that the Deathblade can actually be swapped over to the Jinx. I like that, and it's gonna identify that, hey, the Jinx wasn't in the safest of spots, so it's gonna move it next to the Corki. Definitely cannot get Blitzcrank hooked from there unless some Zephyr shenanigans happen.
Yeah, you would need a couple Zephyrs for that to happen. Also, today I put 2 Dragon's Claws on the same person, and I just realized I had never tried that before. It worked really well. I actually top forward with it. There was a bunch of AP in that lobby, but anyway, it was a misclick, but ended up working. You know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches. You know, as we go over to Kupo now, who has got like kind of the Jin set up on the Ezreal. We do have Jin on the bench. Those are best in slot Jin items, and probably will be till the end of time, as we now have 3 Socialites. So not only are we going to be getting extra damage, we're going to be getting extra mana as well. Camille, just based on where everyone is and how they have to get set up, is kind of relegated to it. But we also have the Zephyr. It's going to keep some of our front line at bay. And for QB Knight, that's actually not a good thing, as we got immediate backline access for a couple of our units.
Yeah, Thrill is a very, very nice augment to have for the situation. The Ezreal getting poked out with a little bit of, just ambient damage. Gonna be able to heal that back up. And this board's tanky enough, I think. This is a Draven too, however. It's going to end up being close, and no. Oh, especially not with the VIP health right there that the Draven gets. Not going to be able to get through that one as Kupo. But that's okay, right? Kupo had a fantastic early game. Has the HP to lose, Boop, right? HP is a resource. Kupo is utilizing it. And here we go. The transition is happening. Moving all the way out of Innovator, actually, and going to commit to the Irelia at this point. Has a lot of gold to roll down with. And arguably, Kupo should have been rolling down a little bit faster here. Has to make a lot happen in a little bit of time. Might actually be weaker here. It's kind of that meme, right? It's like, oh, you make a big transition and Twitch chat just spams out weaker. I can't. And it might be that situation.
Or I'll never forget, old school like fortune cash outs, then losing the next round.
Yeah.
But the Irelia is going to be doing a lot of damage. There's a lot more green health there on the board. The Socialite is going to increase the Irelia's ability to be a tier 1 unit, right? It's okay for the Irelia right now to be a tier 1 unit, especially with these items, but eventually that's just not going to be enough power. Also, Khroen, interesting that we moved off of Innovators because we were doing the best with them, I think.
Yeah.
Up until that point, maybe we didn't roll the Jason time, so we got pushed off of it. But, we ended up playing flexibly in the mid game, and now we can pivot over to an Enchanter Socialite situation that we're trying to create here once we get this Orianna into the board.
I think it is exactly what you mentioned. If a Jace was rolled, I think that would have just been a Jace commit. 5 Innovators, fantastic. Would have been the direction there. But Kupo not having that as an option is okay, because you roll into Irelia 2 now. This board is, I will say for sure, of course, stronger. It was already stronger last round. There was nothing to CC the Irelia and deal with her. It could have been the case, but now just look at the Irelia here. CC is gonna be your worst enemy, and yeah, CC. She gets stunned out, she goes down, because that is a Malzahar 3 from Single Persona. Now Single Persona is going to be the kind of bully in this lobby.
With binary airdrop, so a lot of extra value.
Oh, yeah, so
that augment, you tend to get it a little earlier on, but regardless of when it pops up, you're a whole extra item. Like, think about it. Thief's Gloves, right? The Rascal's Gloves gives you, what, 2 of them? Right, so eventually binary airdrop will overcome a lot of those random based item augments just because you have more items, because it's later in the game. Right, so you're going to be able to balance double items, but you don't get the choice on the 3rd item. But when you're getting 5 or 6 extra items around, you're not really feeling bad about it. So Floating Tortoise now.
Okay.
We got the Jhin in the backline with the Bloodthirster and the Runins. The Runins will proc off the ultimate. And we've got the Zeri there with the Giant Slayer, which is one of the best holders of that item because of how much she auto attacks.
Yeah, newly buffed Zeri as well. Some people think that she is a solid unit to play around. Not going to be the focal point, however. It's going to be the Jhin, but going up against Kupo and that Irelia, I don't know if it's going to be enough, especially with the Morgana being Zephyr in the front line. Irelia is going to get to the back line very quickly, but not if this broken stopwatch occurs. It lines Jhin up perfectly to deal with the Irelia. One more shot, and yeah, takes her down. Just the rest of this board needs to be cleaned up. But that is some broken stopwatch value, Boop. I absolutely love that augment when you're playing a Jhin, especially if you're out of a board that's for Clockwork, right? We made the Clockwork transition happen. Wonderful play here from Floating Tortoise.
Yeah, just making sure we see it as well with the mouse intention hover over it. So, and the Clockwork's going to be so good for Zeri, just in general, and Giant Slayers as an item. Right, the more that you're able to attack, the more value you're going to get out of it. So the Zeri's going to be able to function with a good amount of damage at tier 1. Tier 2 is going to be when she becomes a serious lobby threat. So the rest of the lobby really wants to push Floating Tortoise out before that happens, because these snipers are going to be pretty rough to deal with. I didn't see any Zyras or anything on the board, and that's kind of like the best way to deal with the sniper. So they're going to be pretty free to go, especially with this broken stopwatch and the Jhin and the Orianna going to be able to get to their ults. This is going to be a good test, especially with broken stopwatch. Actually, the Malzahar is going to suffer here, as he's going to only be able to get 1 or 2 ults off.
Yep, there we go. Can't cast during this time period. The Jin's not in the best of spots, right? Can't cleave through this whole team. So with that in mind, actually is probably going to fall here. Yeah, Victor cast comes through. That's a lot of binary value. We just talked about it, but 4 items, and there was solid items for the Malzahar and the Victor. I think Victor had Morello's. Malzahar had the Archangels. Kind of beautiful stuff there. I think even if Floating Torch just positioned the Jin on the right-hand side, probably would have been the same result there. But over the past couple rounds, we did have a few eliminations as well. Dan actually went out in 8th, Agent Gucci Squad 7th, and Red Nightmare in 6th. So now is the battle to see who can secure top 4, at least for this first game. Floating Tortoise now, only member really in danger, is at 1-shot lethal range. And it's not safe, right? This is an awkward amount of gold because you don't really have anything to roll for. But if you go 9, you can't place that much, and that's, really good. You don't have that much gold to roll with. Really wants to hit the Zeri too, and wow, presses roll once and hits Zeri and the Caitlyn. All right, never mind, just hit.
The 2 rarest things that could happen on that roll happened in that shop. So we're gonna get even the Orianna. So I do appreciate this move. The second that the Zeri hit, you're kind of rolling to just get this as max value as possible at this point. We have Braum on the bench still for level 9. We do have a good amount of gold on the bench that we can start selling. Definitely going to be getting rid of a couple of those units. But we're looking on over a Draven comp. The Blitzcrank doesn't really get a high-value target, so... Ooh, everyone spread out for this Jin ult.
Oh, no. Jin's just shooting the Echo, not even taking him out. Frozen Heart getting a lot of value as well. Zeri 2.
Ooh, Zeri 2. We saw the same thing at the same time. Zeri out damaging the Jin, and I think Jin got a couple ults off. I'm really curious to see how these IEs do against Kupo's squad because of the electric charge augment. Now we're moving on over to Single Persona, who has been having a great time so far with binary airdrop. We also have Trade Sector too, so we've had a good amount of money to roll. Ari in the back line, lots of synergies here to work with.
This is, I'm sure this is going to be a lobby win from Single Persona. Went to level 9, had a ton of gold to roll down with, rolled down, hit every single upgrade, or mostly every single upgrade they were looking for. I guess still has the Jace and the Silco, but those weren't the important ones, right? The important ones were especially the Victor, and the Victor rolls into a Shroud actually with the binary, and Shrouds perfectly into QB's board. What else can go right for Single Persona here? Kind of everything is in the cards for him right now.
A relationship, so he can change his IGN. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to be running with that all day. QB Knight, though, is going to get a pretty rough loss here, and I think this is going to be par for the course as we move on. Getting to round 7 might be tough for this lobby, as everyone now within 3 HP from 2nd to 4th, but everyone looking at Single Persona at the top.
Single Persona at the top, and everybody else is within 5 HP of each other, Boop. Floating Tortoise at 13, all the way down to Chung Money in 5th with 8 right now. Only just a little positioning difference. One single round can be the difference between going 2nd and 5th. That's not the situation that you want to be in if you have the weaker board right now. Single Persona chilling, sitting pretty, and Kupo is the unfortunate player who rolls into Single Persona right now, but can he do it? This Aurelia is still strong, but gets enforced.
So QB and Chung Money literally only down by a single innovator unit from each other throughout the entire game pretty much, but we've got Jason in the backline that's going to help this Victor get a couple more ultimates. Look how beefy that Braum is in the front line. That is going to be a quick elim, and that might have been enough damage to secure 5th place for Kupo.
Bought 4 from that spot?
Bought 4s from that spot.
No.
Maybe we stick with innovators because it looks like almost everybody bailed. So we'll see what happens in the future, but very interesting psychology happening in this lobby when it comes to the innovator comps.
That's a game to look back on for Kupo and say, what should my transition have been? Why is that game a bottom 4? Absolutely crazy. You would never think that. Kupo had such a lead, had a solid transition. Maybe it was a bit of just bad matchmaking there. I think might have rolled in Single Persona twice and gotten a couple of really, really bad hits in. Not 100% sure there, but really got to be kicking yourself for that one, I think, if you are Kupo. But it is just game 1. There's still opportunity to get into the final lobby over the next 2 games. It's basically just Single Persona's cleanup show right now.
Yeah, the cleanup crew
Yep.
is coming through. But hey, there's a Draven on the other side, and depending on the targeting, can be pretty vicious to go through. I just don't see it with the Silco 2, right? And we get the Braum that's going to be doing auto attack damage. That's kind of big because of the Titans.
Oh yeah.
Zeri can be pretty great, but look at Draven getting stuck on a high HP unit. You've never seen that before.
Braum didn't even go down. Braum was alive the whole time. He got Silco buffed, of course, so a bit of extra tankiness there. But yeah, ZZ Rot, even if Braum does go down, still another unit. One more round for Single Persona to clean this one up. It'll probably not go to stage 7, but Flaming Tortoise is on a bit of a streak, and actually really well played to do it with that board, right? The snipers, you talked about it. There was nothing really to threaten that Jhin. There was no Zyras, there's no Talons as well, I think, being one of the bigger things. Assassins threaten the backline really hard. No Kha'Zix, so the Jhin is there. Just
both boards
benefiting. Pretty. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, both boards benefiting from this actual situation with not a ton of backline threats. This is a very respectable lobby when it comes to the 1v1 at this point. This is the most impactful clockwork augment you've ever seen in your life, and it doesn't really do much. Does get a lot in the front line. Does Jhin survive?
Ooh.
No, they don't, but it's actually pretty close. The Malzahar falls.
Oh. We do go to stage 7.
Hope. We do go to stage 7 by 1 unit, 1 HP. It is going to be another Archangels. That is not a good thing to see if you're floating Tortoise. The Victor, I mean, literally anybody can take this on the board and be fine. Probably help us win at the lobby. But that was really close.
It was really close, actually. I think the Zeri 2 upgrade is really, really big floating Tortoise. She is going to be providing a lot of very impactful damage, especially towards this backline along with the Jhin. Gonna be getting some gold, but really nothing else to roll down for besides the Vi. What can happen? A lot of it is really just going to be fight RNG, I guess, a little bit of positioning, because there's not many more upgrades for either of these boards. Single Persona, as you mentioned, the Archangels is pretty good. Doesn't need to rely on the binary to give good value to this Victor or to this Malzahar. But still, the amount of binary value that we got, it's kind of the MVP augment of this game, I think, for Single Persona.
Yeah, 5 items. I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's a lot of items. We almost have a Silco 3, as well as we have a Silco 2 on the bench as well. This clockwork thing. If the Orion is actually able to corner the backline here, it could work out, but you need to take down one of the carries during the clockwork augment, and that did not happen. Oh, hello.
Zeri?
Hello?
If she can dodge all the stuff.
Hi? Hello, Zeri? Are you there?
Oh my god, she's doing it.
Yes, it's me, Zeri. Single Persona actually takes a shocking loss here at round 7-1, and in round 7, it only takes 2 or 3 to make this happen.
Can we get the Silco 3? I think that's the biggest thing on my mind right now. Hey, there's another one. Wait a minute. If only some Nico's helps were here to help out. Not quite. Hey, there's Vi too. She can go back in over the Silco, I think. Yeah, here we go. Enforcer is nice. Probably one of the reasons, actually, not having that's one of the reasons why that round was a loss.
Interesting.
Ooh, Zephyr. 2 Zephyrs, actually, with this binary. That might be big.
Oh, and one's on the Oriana as well. So the Clockwork Augment's not going to be very helpful here, as she doesn't have the ult. Actually, did it help? Did it help to delay the ultimate? Oh, that was big ult coming from the Braum, too. I actually think that Zeri is safer this time around. This has to be the best Victor ult of all time. And Floating Tortoise wins another round. 68 to 30 HP in 2 rounds.
Oh boy, Boop. This could be one of the biggest comebacks we have seen on Fight Night Rising. 1 HP and a Dream. Had to get through, what, like 60, 70 HP Single Persona had. Has done it for 2 rounds in a row now, but if you can do it again, a lot better opportunity for this Stage 7 carousel.
This is where TFT gets really, really fun, too, in terms of positioning. Everyone has to, like, who's going to lose chicken first, right? Who's going to show their hand a little bit earlier? And we're actually going to finally get some swaps. Single Persona actually stuck at the same spot twice as the Jhin gets ulted this time around. This is looking a little bit better for Single Persona. That Oriana ult not really doing much either, but it's all eyes on Zeri taking down the Jace. Is the Zeri enough? The Zeri's down.
No.
and the coronation does finally happen. A couple speed bumps along the way, but Single Persona does clean up the lobby.
There we go. A little bit of, you know, having us question here, maybe made it a little intense, you know, for the audience, you know, play it up to the crowd. But as soon as he spread the backline units, right, had the major clump on the left side, and then like the Jason, one other on the right side, then Ori couldn't ulti everything, right? The CC couldn't all come through, and Jin wasn't shooting during that broken stopwatch towards those backline carries. Ori was dealt with a lot sooner. Everything kind of came into fruition there for the last fight, but well done to Single Persona there. That is the value of having nice augments and playing out the game well, right? Knowing your win conditions, knowing how to, you know, just pilot it from that spot. And so let's go ahead and look at the scores from that game. We know what happened in Lobby A, but we get to see what happened in Lobby B as well. And that's going to be Upset Max. Going to be taking Lobby B, Boop.
And then we've got Isoke TFT. We'll get that eventually. With 8 points. Poison Ender returning from last week, and Banana Pajamas. So top 4 from last week. Actually doing quite well in our first lobbies.
Definitely some solid results there. No surprise to see like Poison Ender, Banana, and Pajama back there. QB Knight, of course, getting a top 4 in Lobby A. But Single Persona, I mean, it's gonna be a hard lobby kind of success there to replicate. But hey, anything could happen, right? That is set 6 of TFT. I think Kupo is the only returning member who did not top 4 in this first game, and Kupo actually won last week. So interesting stuff here. But you know, as I mentioned earlier, still opportunity in the next 2 games to qualify for the finals. Boop. So I'm not super worried at this point.
No, we've seen a lot of people 8th on this first lobby and then make it into the final and almost top 2. And just for clarity, we don't take 4 and 4. We take the top 8 in terms of scoring. So this is what it's going to look like right now. And the way that the first lobby works is it creates a 2-point deficit between 8th and 9th place. So everyone on one Kanedru's side of the board here is going to have to at least take a 4th or a 1st to overcome that. Across a couple other players. So definitely going to be looking for that top 4 or top, you know, 1st or 8th play style coming back on the 30th to continue on in fight night.
Oh yeah. But I think we got to see a little bit of patterns as well in that last game, Boop, and talking about the meta. Innovators, yeah, pretty popular, right? Innovators can lead you to some decent success, and maybe you shouldn't pivot out of them in Kupo's case.
Yeah,
right?
Not really, Khroen. All the Innovator players got bottom 4. All 4 of them. So, you know, like that's how it happens. And I think if Kupo stuck with it, we could have maybe seen a dragon based on augments. We don't know what like the mid game looked like for Kupo, but during that pivot, it was just very interesting, especially since the rest of the Innovators already bailed. Yep. So they bailed too. So as we move forward, those are decisions that I call unforced errors, right? Yep. Are they going to continue moving forward into this lobby? We'll see.
Well, we will see right after this break. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with more Fight Night Rising brought to you by Wisdom. Welcome back to Fight Night Rising, brought to you by Wisdom. Game number 1 is in the books, and now we are looking forward to the future. Still Khroen and Boop here, bringing you the action. And Boop, as we were kind of saying before the break, got to see a little bit of these meta trends, but something that we didn't see any of, which I personally expected, is Talon. Where's the Talon at? I feel like we were supposed to see at least one every single game, but maybe, you know, it wasn't a great, opportunity for these players. Maybe a lot of other things, right? It's only one game sample size, but what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts that if anyone even sniffed a Talon comp, they probably won that lobby. Based on the last two comps, they were both backline safe comps, and there was literally nobody threatening backline access there. So I think a Talon would have done quite well against both of those comps. However, the last lobby did end pretty awesome, with Zeri almost single-handedly bringing our friend back to first place from 1 HP against single persona. But we're going to be looking at the other lobby moving forward. I just am just personally curious how much longer innovators are going to be around for. Have we moved innovators into a lucky opening type of strat, or is it a mid-game into pivot to something else like we saw Kupo did? But we saw 4 people open with innovators and 0 of them make top 4. So I don't, there's not enough data to say it's because they all went innovators, but it's probably because they did. And no one made that last decision to say, I am the king of the innovators, right? No one said that. And they all just kind of left for another kingdom instead. And I'll always be racking my head to see if Kupo, was able to get a Jace or something, if we were going to be able to see a little bit more of that. But yeah, all 4 innovator comps getting 5th and lower.
That's crazy. I didn't actually notice that. That is very, very interesting of a stat there. Sure, like you mentioned, 1 game sample size, right? Not very much, but now we get a chance to see what Lobby B is up to on perspective with Upset Max. C9TG Upset Max, I believe, is a coach for League and TFT there. So good stuff. Know that they're a good player. I believe they're even going to be one of the players competing in the Innovation Cup this weekend. So this is going to be a really, really nice kind of practice session for them. Starting off game 1 with the first, we already know their practice is going off to a good start.
I'm so superstitious when it comes to day before things like performances. I was a music major, and I always had a thing where I never practiced the day before a concert. Right, because I didn't want to have my best run through be the day before. Right. Last time we saw this kind of happen, Asa was here and absolutely destroyed himself when it came to these lobbies, but then ended up getting top 4, I believe, in the Zon Cup the last time around. Now we're moving into Innovator Cup. Let's see what Upset's going to be able to utilize here. Are we going to perfect a certain strategy by forcing something? Are we going to view this like some ladder games and see how that feels? We can try a couple different things, but getting too creative might, make you lose the plot. So very curious to see what we're going to end up running here, as we already have a Singed 2 and a Morgana. That's a good unit just in general. Syndicate's got a little bit of love in that last patch. So we'll see if we actually run with the Syndicate 3, because we already have them. Here
we go. Ash in the shop gets picked up. Here we go, Boop. I think this could be the start of an Ash reroll. It could just be an Ash item carrier, pivot to something else later, but Ash reroll is definitely going to be on a lot of players' radars, and certainly Max is going to be very, very aware of that. Singe 2 riding the bench, I mean, sure, you can run that next round by leveling to 4, but seeing what items come through is going to be the big thing here. It's going to be another glove and a vest. So honestly, I don't think
just not gotten any items.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be really any item slams here. I don't think there should be any item slams, because you really want those gloves for carry items. Slamming a shroud is not that much value in the early game. Sure, it's a fantastic late game item, but a bit too early. I did notice actually someone typed in the chat like, oh, okay, you already won, to somebody else in the lobby, and I think that's the player who got a Cho'Gath and a Malzahar from an early orb. I don't think we know quite yet what the mutant buff is, but I think this is that board. Yeah. And,
it's got to be the cybernetic one with the 3 items. It's got to
looking like it.
Yeah. So, okay, all right. This mutant board is going to do well.
Very
The
well.
Caitlyn can't even break through the Cho'Gath with that ultimate, but you're actually seeing some of that Syndicate love already. This Syndicate board gets 4-0'd every day, every single time in the last patch, but we actually got someone out there this time around. It is so insane to have like that Syndicate opening and then just face off against arguably one of the two openings that are going to be stronger than yours.
Yep, even had underdogs as well with the Cho'Gath, right? So you're gonna be pretty much always having fewer units, always getting that health regeneration. Such a good start there. The unit's perfect. I guess the mutant buff not perfect, but still very, very good for the early game to win streak with, which could just net you that HP lead in econ enough to, be able to be in a spot where you can re-roll for a Malzahar 3, a Cho'Gath 3, and just win the lobby that way, right? So really, really good start as we do now move on over to ESOC TFT with a few chem techs in the early game, Tryndamere and Warwick. Challengers, nice synergy between the two of those.
Yeah, we had a Tryndamere option in our last lobby. I think it was one of the first people who pushed out of Innovators. And it can work top 4 comp for sure. It's going to be a little tough to win out on challengers. You just need frontline, and challengers get weaker and weaker when it comes to frontline as time goes on. You want to lock in challengers as quick as possible to do as much as damage as possible in the early game to prop up your late game to either get to Tryndamere 3 or get to somewhere else, as it looks like we're committing.
Yeah. Warwick is so good there. Warwick pretty much won that last round almost solo, right? Having the healing, having the attack speed from the challenger, and not a lot of units can, deal enough damage to deal with the Warwick at this point in the game, right? There's not a lot of burst. Warwick's going to be able to live for a long time, sustain himself back up, even with no item slams at this point, which, yeah, it's a little awkward to slam anything here, right? Hodge is probably the most reasonable item slam from this position, but still not even willing to do that, and ESOC doesn't really need to. Might need to now. I mean, this is going to be a 5-unit board with the Innovators, the Ezreal having a Titans actually is a very respectable item slam. The Warwick being thrown. If Warwick can sustain himself up, it's still actually winnable.
Yeah, Zillion not doing enough. So I had a friend call challengers the other day a Benjamin Button comp, which I totally agree with, which means it starts off pretty well, right? And we're seeing it right now. Like Warwick, for example, I think is one of the greatest examples of a carry that looks unbeatable and then all of a sudden is unwinnable. In the late game. So you're trying to really avoid just like the comp getting worse as time goes on, and you're going to be focusing so much of your power and your ability into this portion of the game going into stage like 4-1. How much damage is that Warwick going to be able to accomplish? As we're now over to Rengar, bot. Do you remember Rengar Ivern bot lane? Anyway.
Oh my god, yeah. Actually, I forgot about that. It's unlocked a memory for me.
Yeah, so fun. But we're gonna pass the large rod and go somewhere. We're gonna be a little bit fashionable.
Talking about intention, Boop.
Yeah, not a lot of intention there. This particular carousel could be a little, harder to work with depending on what your comp is and what you've been slamming, but since there's the cybernetic mutant and we have some scraps here, it actually doesn't seem like a ton of people are putting completed items on with their components. They're just getting it from the synergies instead. So we have a bloodthirster now, so we can kind of move this wherever we want. And also Senna's a pretty great item holder in general. She's been pushing a lot of damage on some of these comps. So
yeah, she's a great item holder. She's a great just holder of items throughout the whole game as well, actually. She can be a carry. I think there's that Senna Morgana kind of reroll style composition floating out around, and she's able to do a lot of work. Sure, right now with just a sword, right? Nothing to really show for there, but still going to be decent. While going up against Upset Max, that is going to be the Syndicate board. Ash healing up a little bit. It's going to provide a little bit of damage, but not enough to make it happen. Rengar bot, however, goes from 2 wins to a loss and then back to wins. So the econ's going to be damaged a little bit, still preserving a decent amount of HP, but not the best spot here. Rolls into a Kha'Zix on level 5, and that is a snap pickup. Even rolls into a Twitch too if we want to think about a assassin transition. Very realistic from this spot.
Yeah, we actually have the cybernetic augment too, so a full mutant pivot is not out of the question.
Yeah, a couple more mutants in the shop.
Yeah, we have in the past seen that combo do quite well. I believe it was last week when a cybernetic mutant comp ended up winning with a cybernetic buff. I do believe it was a gold tier, so you're not going to be getting a ton more, but I mean, just a sword on this Kha'Zix is a good amount of extra stats to at least take down, to make most rounds close.
Definitely. Let's see, Kha'Zix already having, you know, a lot of backline access. He's going to be jumping on around there, and without items, he's not going to be able to just one-shot, move on, one-shot, move on. So will be dealt with at this point. Maybe not the...
Still pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, probably wouldn't have won this fight either choice there with either comp. But only 10 gold right now. I guess 11 gold technically. Moving on into the Krugs. Pretty behind and has more upgrades. Sure, these upgrades are fine, but they don't really make the board strong enough. You're not able to go on a full streak through stage 2. You have a lot of catching up to do from here as we move on to Con Mario Bros. That's a solid start, especially centered around this Corki.
It's just Waluigi and Wario. That's who I think the Con Mario Bros are. Thematically, I like making stories up in my head. But we have Jewel Gauntlet now on the Corki. A lot of people investing. Oh, I eat Jewel Gauntlet now too. So we have any AP direction to go. At this point, a tier would be very, very nice. Even with the sword, if we're unable to get a second tier. But IEJG, that means that, hey, if you're not getting the units you want, we can actually pivot to something else because the JG is going to be valuable on somebody, and then we can put the IE with the Last Whisper, Giant Slayer, or something like that. But at this point in time, IEJG always going to be the AP dream, unless you're Ari. But and that still works too. There's just other builds that might push out some more consistent damage, but this will always be the AP direction, i.e. JG.
Yeah. Well, this board actually might look strong if you just look at the units. I actually think it's a little bit underwhelming right now. It might be enough to do with the Esox board, but I suppose I say that because there's no twin shots from Corki here and no mana items, no mana generation items. So while every single rocket's gonna, you know, hit big, they're gonna be few and far between. And as we see here, I think probably not gonna be enough to win the round. Yeah, just not enough time that the Corki has. The front line's not quite good enough. Doesn't have those mana items, so it's cleaned up by Esox board, which is not even that strong.
All right, pretty even lobby. I mean, that's kind of an understatement. This is kind of how, like, if you were looking at a stereotypical lobby in a vacuum, it should look across the board. Especially, I think literally every person hit level 6 except Kandrew on this particular round. We're doing some rolling here, and I'm wondering if we're going to see the reroll zillion that Robin on Twitter has been talking about. That's proof that it's gotten top 4s.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe that's another innovator option if we're unable to 3-star another one. But we're also in the front 2 rows, which should tell you that we are on a nice edge here. We'll see if the Twitch and the rest of his compatriots are able to take this round.
And that's a tier 2 Echo with a Frozen Heart. That is a very powerful unit at this point, especially being level 5 only. This is a bit of a reroll board, right? We're gonna have, what, 7 Twitch right now, 5 Singed. A lot of Ezreals on the bench. Oh, actually, there's not one in the field, right? So that's actually just 5 Ezreals. Still a kind of long way to go here for this comp to really, really spike, but this is gonna be a bit of those Twitch evaders. Boop, we saw that a few weeks ago, right? Before it was actually established, but hey, it's a real comp now.
Yeah, it happened completely on accident. Who knew that making Echo an innovator would make that happen? Yep. Basically just opened up so many Twitch possibilities, and this is definitely going to be one of them. And Knife's Edge is really nice for innovators because they all can kind of be in the front couple rows except for Seraphine. And you know, with Twitch being a lot of the damage, I mean, you're going to be hopping anyway. So this is all right. I like putting everyone into the corner, so at least targeting-wise, we have a little bit of control. But that mutant comp is a little scary. I don't know if anyone saw, but that's a Cho'Gath too with some stacks already on the board for Poison Ender, who actually did lose a round before this carousel.
Curious. I wonder who actually took that out. That loss wasn't by too many units, however, because, you know, still being at 96 HP. Looking at Upset Max, that's another Irelia. Irelia really was a letdown in the last lobby that we saw there in Lobby A, I think. Had a couple of rounds where she was great farming, but when she runs into CC just like that, Boop, she can get taken down pretty much for free. Oh, Irelia really needs a Quicksilver to be able to just, do whatever she wants, but she also needs healing as well, right? And that healing has to come through with an augment, which Upset Max doesn't have right now.
How did we build Skirmisher Jax back in the day?
Like,
because the third item, it was Bloodthirster. Was it Bloodthirster?
Runan's QSS, right?
Yeah, I think I would like to see us move a little bit closer to that direction when it comes to Irelia. I always like putting QSS on Jax because it just made the stacking easier. But there's no stacking, but same kind of concept here is one piece of CC. No matter if it's an Irelia 1 or Irelia 3, might be a death sentence for your squad, and you want to put in as much failsafe as possible when it comes to your comp. And I think if you have the opportunity to put a QSS on the Irelia, you should take it, especially since it gives attack speed too. So it's not just CC immunity, but it's also going to give you a good amount of damage as well.
Yep, and some dodge, right? Can't discount that, even if you're not getting CC'd. If units attack and you're dodging a big hit, that oftentimes does make the difference. Now we take a look at Banana in Pajamas aboard, rocking some Hex Techs, and Hex Techs have fallen out of the meta, but are certainly not useless, especially in the early game when they're all, or I guess mid game when they're all upgraded. And this is Banana in Pajamas' 4th week back in a row. They have not claimed victory yet, however, so they are certainly going to be very, very hungry for one, Boop. Is this going to be their week?
It could be. It seems like we've sacrificed some home duties to really practice and train for this particular matchup.
Sorry. How are you gonna do it like that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. But I'm not. But Lucian now going to be winning this round. It's actually really funny. When people start casting, a lot of people kind of forget that you can see behind you, right? And I was definitely this person, and it's just amazing how many like unmade beds in like an early casting career you'll see on screen. But if you're a player, you gotta do what you gotta do. I like a little mess around my desk. If it was clean, that'd make me anxious.
Really?
So yeah.
Oh, wow.
Totally.
Things being too clean makes it interesting. And opposite from people.
Yeah. I wonder what that's about. Any psychologists want to give me some free advice?
I'll have to go to the after segment fight night therapy session, but those aren't quite a thing yet.
Yeah. But anyway, Hex Techs. 4 of them now on the board. The Lucian is kind of the carry that has been a little non-existent in some of our previous iterations, but does do really well as both an item holder and an intentional carry. Can hold a bunch of things. Can actually do the Hex Tech Gunblade really well.
Yep.
Seems like we're just holding items there right now, but if we want to commit to something like a twin shot build, move some damage items onto an upcoming Jinx later on, that should be good to go. Hex Tech 4, though, I mean, it used to get you a top 4 back in the day, especially if you're able to lock it in this early. But right now, it's just not a lot of damage in that comp. We need to invest in the front line, and Sejuani's the best part of that.
This still is looking like a top 4. However, we saw last game Kupo spot. I would have said that's like a 99% top 4 chance, and that didn't quite happen. So still need to play it well, and still need to be able to actually pivot it into a reasonable fashion. However, there really shouldn't be much pivoting happening from here. I don't think, actually, because you're not rolling for any upgrades at this point, right? You're not going to roll for like GP2 or Vi2 right now. You're just going to go to level 8. You have flexible enough items so that really no matter what you hit, you can probably find direction with. As opposed to, say, Upset Max's board here, this is a little bit more locked in, right? These are solid AD items that really are, I want to say, only going to work out for Irelia. Sure, you could pivot those to a Jhin, I would say, and do just fine, but look at this Irelia. Not being CC'd, not being challenged. She's going to be cleaning up the whole entire board there. Yeah, going up against a Renata comp, there's not a lot of opportunities for CC, right? Besides maybe a Zac, maybe a Singed Fling, but if she dodges those, pretty much full reign on that board.
In terms of burst damage, this set doesn't quite have as much. I mean, you took Lux out, right? So you replace Lux with Ahri and you already have less burst damage, but we're going to be trying to compensate that with a little bit more sustained damage on our melee carries. So if you're going up against the melee carry, since you don't have a lot of burst, like a ton of damage, how are you going to get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to have to make sure that you have CC on the board. We've already seen the Irelia 2 get absolutely destroyed by a single bout of CC, but now that we're in the Socialite Hex, and this particular Hex will make it so the front line might actually ignore the Irelia, and she'll be able to start attacking. No problem. You'll see it right here, actually. As she is pretty safe, the Gangplank is on her, but overall she's going to get ramped up at this point. But no one really having CC. Zephyrs are going to be a thing. Even a Thornmail would be very, very helpful now.
Bloodthirster's Shield, super helpful. But yeah, Brambles in terms of dealing with any IE carries, fantastic choices. We see a Bramble over here on this side, and we also see an RE2. I mean, I guess Dacius is very low HP, 18 at 4-2, right? You need to roll it down probably to 0 at that point if you're ever 18 HP on 4-2. Well, that's just the way it goes.
And that is the way it goes, Khroen. But Upset Max now seems to be one of those players who likes to fidget with their board. Not a lot of scouting, though, and I wonder what the intention for that is. It might just be because, hey, there's 8 people, there's 3 potential boards. I'm just going to be moving around anyway, as this is the same exact setup as last time. So we're playing a little bit of camouflage from the last round, because this third row is pretty similar to the last time. The Camille gets on to the Irelia, but that is, again, just fine because only one person is focusing the Irelia. Now we have the CC going, and look at how much more vulnerability it has. It's going to be Ezreal 3 now versus Irelia, and Irelia is going to win out on that, but not for long, because the rest of the damage does come through. Twitch 3, surprisingly, out of nowhere on my vision, helping out with that Rage Blade.
Been there for a couple rounds now, I think, actually, at this point. It was already kind of close to it when we saw that board earlier. Now moving into stage 4 carousel, there's opportunities for some really, really good units, right? Jace and Silco, those units that pretty much any player would be happy to run in their compositions. And yeah, they are snagged up immediately. Asias with the Silco with the spatula. I wonder what that's going to turn into, but Mario Bros with the Jace. And I think Mario Bros was the innovator player, right? They were rerolling the Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. So, gonna be easy to fit that 5 innovator in.
We're moderately late. We missed like hors d'oeuvres when it comes to innovator 5, right? But we can still make it for the main party. For round 5-1.
Yeah.
So we also have some good items on to Kha'Zix, and if y'all remember that Kha'Zix came in really early, I wonder if we have maybe invested a little bit too much into it. I know in some of my games, like you get that early 4-cost unit and you commit to it, and eventually throughout the game, the advantage actually just goes away because the other units don't come through. And it seems like that did kind of happen here, especially since the Kha'Zix is still tier 1.
Yeah. This is just I don't want to say a classic 5 innovator kind of flex board, but it is just that, right? It is 5 inno flex. The carry happens to be a Kha'Zix from this position, and he's not a bad carry, right? He actually gets a lot of use out of the Socialite, running 3 Socialite. Going to be able to not quite one-shot many units because he doesn't have an IE. Still do a lot of damage and deal enough to win these rounds, even without being level 8, even without the Kha'Zix 2. That is a very, very good sign. When you face up against a player who is level 8, 0 gold, and you're still level 7 with 50 plus, right? You're doing something right there. So Rengar bot really feels good about that one. Even levels 8 actually before stage 5. Wasn't quite expecting that one. Probably could have saved a little bit more gold. But hey, I guess gets to play Enchanter. Still rolling. Really wants to protect this streak. That could be a Sivir too. That could be a pivot of these items. Not gonna be the case, however.
All right, that's who we really wanted to see. Just some more consistent damage, because if the Seraphine was tier 2, I think Kha'Zix would have been fine in that situation, because not only would the Bloodthirster be enough to heal us up, the Seraphine would be helpful as well. We do have, like you said, the triple Socialite, so there is a lot of recovery in it for the Kha'Zix, and we're gonna really get to see the difference between QSS and no QSS maybe at the end of the day here, because that Irelia, I do think as the time goes on, will get stuck and will start to struggle without the QSS. A great Zephyr here, so this round might not be the best example. But moving on, let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you have a carry in a Socialite Hex, it is prime position to get Zephyred over and over again. Kha'Zix might be okay if he can still heal up. He's gonna be jumping around. Bloodthirster shield already popped. And I think he might have bought enough time, right? This Ezreal gets a Giant Slayer. Oh, wait a minute. Not quite enough. Such a close fight. But that boop is a Zephyr diff.
And the Zephyr diff doesn't only happen in the 1v1. I think a lot of people put so much emphasis in Zephyr in the late game, and they kind of forget that it's intrinsic value at this point in the game too. The reason why it's bad in the early games because there are no carries, right? The items are just carry holders sometimes. So once you have someone invest in a unit, particularly a Socialite player, a Zephyr will always find value, right? Regardless of who's in the Socialite Hex now, because there's a Zephyr on the board, you might not even want to put your carry in there anymore, right? You've pretty much locked the comp with an item, and very few items can say that.
I think Upset Max might pull a little bit of a, bait and switch again, positioning Irelia to the right-hand side right now for the neutrals. So if anyone scouts, it's like, okay, that's where the Irelia is. But already actually moving back to the left-hand side. This is find a Vi.
What Upset Max is doing here is actually really cool. Basically making a control group to start the round, right? And then everyone has to guess where that's going to go. Is it going to be the same, or are there going to be some differences? That's something we don't actually talk about a lot when it comes to the mind game. So here's that control group. If someone were to come see, the last thing they saw was Irelia on the right side, and the assumption might be, oh, they're moving out of Socialite because it's a bait. Right, and then they move their Blitzcrank, and it doesn't. It works out here. Irelia misses the Shroud.
Exactly. She's gonna get actually immediate backline access. Does dash back into the front line, so a little bit unfortunate there, but I think it should be completely a-okay.
You sure about that?
Here we go. I was a little muckus there for a second. Ahri not quite equipped well enough to deal with that one. It wasn't a fantastic Ahri position. So there's going to be Dacius going 8th, and Mario Bros actually going 7th.
I think Mario Bros, that's the second bottom 2 for Mario Bros. So Waluigi and Wario are going to have to come up with a different plan going into the last preliminary lobby. But now we've got some Scholar shenaniganery and some Enchanters too. So if you're wondering why that Irelia was able to survive so many Ahri ults, because of the Enchanter. We saw the Morgana move in on the last round. As again, you might think if we're moving into the same positions, Upset Max is actually a little frustrated by that.
A little upset.
Every round, why move them in the first place? And just to kind of elaborate on what we were saying before, it's because they don't know you're moving it into the same place. That's the point, right? It's just that little bit of itchiness that's did they move this time?
I know. The actually little misstep there from Max actually ended up working out, because the Orianna actually got an ult off and then Soko ulted her, so she tanked for so long. The fight was pretty clean, right? 6-0 there, so does eliminate Isak as well, as we have our top 5. Banana Pajama, though, is the next player who's really feeling much pressure, much threat right now. Taking losses, being at 28, sure, not going to be 1 life, right? We're still 2 or 3 lives remaining, but only so many people can get that position to top 4.
Interesting. Upset also will, before he scouts, move his board around, so they can't scout him while he's scouting. That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
I know it seems really simple to a lot of high-level players, right? But to speak it out like that, because I think there's a lot of little things when it comes to scouting that can help. And so if you can be confident that you're not getting scouted, you're going to play better, right? So these are all just little things, like putting the Zephyr in the corner so Blitzcrank gets the second spot, right? That eventually, the more you know, the better it's going to be.
Exactly. Sometimes players will get a little bit stuck in trying to, just do too much, right? They'll leave their board as is, they'll scout, and they'll do a 2-second swap over to the other side and a 1-second swap back to the previous side. And it's no one's probably scouting you right now. You're probably just doing this for nothing. Sure, some players might be last second sweating a Zephyr. So, you do want to keep them on their toes, but oftentimes players will just move a little bit too much. But I do agree with you. I like what Max was doing in that situation. Players are oftentimes guaranteed going to general scout at some point through the round before the last couple of seconds. And that's where, their mind is going to be in terms of, okay, that person is positioning there.
So in terms of what your eyes are seeing, so the first scout, you'll see a lot of people just quickly go through it. So they're going to be getting like initial positions for carries and itemization. And the second time you tend to see someone scout through, it's going to be for specific itemization for Zephyrs and Shrouds and stuff like that. So the more time you spend on another person's board, inevitably the less time you have on your own. And that can be an issue, right?
Yep.
If you don't have the APM where it actually matters in TFT to move on to the other side. You were talking, saying, sometimes they're not even getting scouted and they're doing all this fancy stuff. It's like when you do something super cool and no one's around to see it, right? It literally just doesn't matter how you caught the glass in midair with your toes, right? No one will ever be able to see it. So you got to be intentional. Everything needs to be intentional in the game, all the way down to like how you roll and how you scout.
Intentional Zephyr placement there. Just trying to find a good unit. Gets the bear. Not going to be the worst case scenario there. And does time the Radiance on the Gnar. This Kha'Zix does not have best in slot items by any means, but can he do enough? There's still 3 Socialite buffed up. There's still 3 Innovators on this board as well, and a very, very tanky Vi to play frontline. It looks like it is enough going up against Rengar bot. Yes, it is. Drops them down.
Oh, thematic as well.
Loss.
Kha'Zix and Rengar.
True, actually. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a thing in the game, if you remember. That was like the first time that had ever happened in League of Legends. Now we have characters that do a lot more than that in the game, as we are going to feed our Tom Kent. Sir Thomas in the front row permanently gains those stats, so you're going to see a lot of people feed. A lot of people, when they first started to play, will skip like a PvE round to feed Tom Kent, because you kind of skip everything on that round, but it is one of those things that you can do during that round to make your board even stronger. So it's tough with Kench too, because in this situation we're rolled to 0, and depending on where we are board state wise, we might not have the opportunity to even pick up a unit to feed Sir Thomas, as Irelia 2 is here.
Irelia 2 is there. She wasn't forced. The I believe Orianna was Zephyred, but this Irelia. Wait, where did she go?
I think Kha'Zix take it out. Irelia is like one of the what if you blink and she might be in a different lobby. It's kind of how I feel about it. And that's kind of what happened here. So Kha'Zix ulted while she was dashing.
Yeah.
And so you know how she kind of gets like invisible for a half second at like the very end of her cast. I think that's when she died.
Yeah, it looked like it was either Kha'Zix one shot or like a Silco or something, but I literally blinked and missed it. So glad you were paying attention there, Boop. But Rengar bot goes 5th, so we do have our top 4. Banana and Pajama has made his way back to a top 4 situation. Upset Max as well. No talents again. There was multiple Innovator players, however. I believe a couple of players actually had Innovator 5 and Banana Pajama has Innovator 3. So seeing a lot more success, at least, with Innovators in this lobby.
Yeah, I don't think... Obviously, we're not going to get all bot 4 Innovators. Or, we got kicked off of Innovators at 3-2, for example, like it happened in that last lobby. Senna 2, nice upgrade, not like the board-changing upgrade that we need. This board, however, is pretty peaked out. We're going to get some items on the... Or we want an item on the carousel that's going to help a little bit of our damage, but we also have makeshift armor. So things like the Seraphine and the Zillion and the Bear are going to be doing a lot of work. And when the Bear gets masterminded, it's a little bit closer to a grizzly than a teddy bear, if I say so.
Definitely is. Oh, Kha'Zix getting Zephyred there, but Kha'Zix actually is going to have an opportunity to take out this Twitch because he was Zephyred. But Twitch is very tanky, it seems like, especially with that Silco buff, and he just tanks all the way through it. No care in the world.
La-di-da. Like me in an amusement park. Or a buffet. We'll just continue it from the last one. Floating Tortoise. But Banana Pajama now, 9 HP, the only person at single-digit HP. This is going to go for a bit. We're definitely going to get some, 1v1 or maybe even a double elimination coming around round 7, depending on these matchups. Will Banana Pajama be able to stick around for a little longer? We finally get that Seraphine 2, and that's the first look of a Galio we've seen, not in a pack, and we're going to go right back in there, my friend. Galio finding a very difficult time coming onto these boards. I think because Jhin, the Colossus Jhin comp, not as good as before. So that's been rough on our Galio players. Just give us Clapio,
Just give us Clapio. We all want to see Clapio again. Such a fun unit to watch. Don't have that, however. We do have Aurelia. Again, getting Zephyr. Zephyrs in this lobby have gotten so much value. Is it going to be enough, though? The Irelia still has her Bloodthirster, still healing back up, but no. Not able to do it after taking out the Twitch. Upset Max takes a big hit there, and Kandrew remains at 43 HP. Poison Ender still up there. 60 plus HP at this point. Banana and Pajama takes his fourth place in a row. But still, top fouring is top fouring.
Top flooring is top flooring.
Yep.
Indeed. Upset Max now with some just good, I think, mechanical play, helping us get to the top 4. Kandrew had the Ezreal 3 for a really long time, and Ezreal 3 is just one of those secret power type of units. It doesn't feel like it's doing much, but it'll mid-tier on the damage boards, and it's, you know, a lot of the time one of the last units on your board. But this board is what everyone's looking at. This was the one everyone said GG about at the beginning of the lobby, and we're still here, and we're on fire.
Yeah, we know why they said GG, because on fire at this point, one away from Cho 3, having Malzahar 3 as well. I mean, it's actually not going to be winning this time around, however. Kandrew does take it out.
Yeah, this Twitch is...
Maybe once the Cho 3 comes through?
Yeah, this Twitch might as well be named Chad. Because it is doing quite well. 3 people making it to the 6-4 carousel. We could get 3 people at round 7, and that is a dragon.
Oh my.
But that is Cho'Gath on the other side on that mutant board, which will not be affected by it. So, unfortunately, the comp that is probably least affected by Innovator 7 is the one that we're facing off against. But it's still Innovator 7 and should still be fine. Just wanted to put the devil's advocate a little bit in there.
Still already won against that comp. That last fight. Having the dragon right now, that is going to be... I'm gonna call it a lobby win there for Poison Ender. I mean, oh, excuse me, for Kandrew, not Poison Ender. Poison Ender hits the Cho'Gath 3.
I don't think it's over.
You don't?
No, I think I think this Cho'Gath is gonna be able to get through this front line pretty easily.
Hey, we'll see.
We got. I mean, it's over for Upset Max, but the other ones might not be the case. Actually, you never know with the Irelia. Actually gets through the Twitch substantially faster than last time. But the dragon, that's the dragon's breath, and it's going to lose, it looks like.
Very, very interesting there. I mean, the Twitch jumping right into the Irelia is not what you want to have happen, right? The reason that worked out last time is because of a nice, well-timed Silco buff. But that didn't come through in that fight, so can't rely on that every single time. Still upgrades that Max needs to find, right? There's still a Vi 1 carrying 3 different items, still a Camille 1 being the front line. This front line is not great. It is really just all pressure on this Irelia and where the Silco buffs do go to. That can't be around one every single time for Upset Max. The RNG is just not going to go your way always. But... still, as you mentioned, Boop, maybe I'm, calling it a bit too soon. I think there's still opportunity here for both these other players to deal with this 7 Innovator board.
Yeah, I actually think Kandrew lost against both boards last round. This is going to be against Kandrew this time. The Twitch in a much better position, and you're going to see the difference in a positioning error there. So... Irelia is not going to last that much longer. Big positioning diff. You should be pretty happy about that 3rd place. The top 2 here have some pretty strong comps and have been for the majority of the lobby.
Yep. Max just getting out of that game. Moving back over to Kandrew. Hand of Justice. Not the... oh, okay. Actually has another Singe too to be able to just swap items over. So this might just be a triple item Jace. Hopefully going to roll into a Jace too soon. Jeweled Gauntlet. Yeah, Jeweled Gauntlet. That's a way better item than a Hodge, I think. Especially Malzahar having an item slot left over.
And Reforger. That makes things moderately interesting. Are we gonna Reforge anything? Maybe the Hodge to be a little bit more selfish. That is a Jinx too if we want it.
Do we want it? No, we don't. Can't really fit everything in here at this point. Just rolling gold into the void, trying to find Echo 3. Needs one more, but can't do it. I think the Gargoyle and Hodge should be reforged here. But I'm not going to reforge anything.
Okay.
It's a roast.
So definitely, we'll see if this is going to be enough as Dragons versus Mutants right now. And the Dragon actually moderately low right now. Did it ult?
I don't know. I think so. Oh, here we go.
There it
Now,
is.
now
It
it
just
is.
ulted. So that that could have been a blessing in disguise, maybe. No, but the Jewel Gauntlet enough here.
Oh,
This mutant comp doing a-okay against Kane Drew. You're gonna need to do some positioning things with this dragon now. Usually, you just kind of
yeah.
go on autopilot and put it on the board, but it actually looks like the positioning diff here was a big difference. Oh, not bad here either. With the Jewel Gauntlet and the QSS.
Now the Reforge comes through. Interesting. I mean, if Jace 2 doesn't come through, right, then having him carry all those items is not going to be the most valuable thing. I don't even think the Silco Mastermind's getting a lot of value either. I think this Dragon should be buffed. There's a lot more that can be done with this positioning that Kanjiro, I think, is just frankly ignoring. That probably is a big reason why these fights are not going kind of as well as I would expect it to.
I'm pretty sure he's lost 3 in a row now, interestingly enough. The Seraphine ult rips through a lot of them. The Dragon falls, but the Malzahar is what is left over. The Jewel Gauntlet is enormous, along with the Hextech Gunblade. Oh my goodness!
What a fight.
What a fight. That's what TFT is all about, my friends.
Sliver of HP on the Ezreal there wins it. So I guess even with this positioning, right, Kane Drew can still win. Finds the Echo 3. That is a huge, huge upgrade. Had to sell the Jace for it, right? So we're very, very far away from Jace at this point, but it's okay. But I still really, really want to see the Silco buffing up units besides the 0-item Jace and Renata. Oh yes, this position. Okay. This is it. This is way, way better here for Kane Drew.
Let's see if that's going to actually matter. We do have the Echo in the air with the Zephyr. The first feast coming in from the Cho'Gath isn't going to work out at first, but we do get a good amount of damage on all the carries for the Innovator, except for the Ezreal. This Ezreal might be the game changer here, but the Malzahar is going to be coming through with that late game, and I think it's going to be the Malzahar this time.
Oh,
Dragon or no dragon. I think when we locked in the Dragon, we only won 1 out of 4 rounds. But that is a second place for Innovator 7. I just am wondering how long Innovators are going to be around here. I think a very good ladder comp, but in tournament play, I think we're having a little bit of trouble.
I think that, honestly, Boop, maybe it's a little bit stubborn of me to say, but I think that was a little bit of player diff, a little positioning diff. I think with better positioning, that could have gone a lot better. I mean, maybe it was just fight RNG as well. I didn't quite see exactly what happened to that Twitch in the last fight, but it definitely didn't do much. It only did 3,000 damage there in that fight. So with that, Kanjiro will take the second, but let's go ahead and take a look at the scores to see where all the other placements were. Of course, Poison Ender won the lobby. Upset Max got third. Banana Pajama got fourth. But taking a look at lobby A, yeah, QB able to get the first place that time around, but Kupo still struggling.
I would be kind of frustrated at myself after that first game. I'm not gonna lie. We had 96 HP at like round 4-3 and then got 5th. Like think about that. Single Persona getting another top 4. And that's really good. Red Nightmare hanging around in the middle, but the big change here is QB and Asian Gucci Squad making it to the top 4. Asian Gucci Squad, I believe, getting 7th in the last lobby.
All right, there. It is that point in the day, Boop. Lobby A, Lobby B. What's going to be your choice here to watch for this third game?
You know, you always make me choose. You choose. You choose. No, you.
Oh, man.
I want to eat whatever. I could eat anything.
Oh yeah, you know, it's good for anything. I think Lobby A is going to be nice to watch at this point. I think there's less separation in that lobby, a bit closer of scores. I think if we're going to see a player make a bit of a comeback story, maybe a first or a second place, who get into the final lobby, it very well might be coming through Lobby A. I think there's opportunity for players like Floating Tortoise, who had a good game number 1, or even Asian Gucci Squad, who had a bad game number 1, but a good game number 2, to really have this game number 3 be exactly what they need, right? They're the players that are on the bubble right now, as we see on the screen, just narrowly outside of that top 8.
Yeah, Lobby B right now having the extra member in the top 8. 5 people in Lobby be in the top 8 right now, with SO winning the tiebreaker at the moment. But if you're floating toward us, if you're Asian Gucci squad, now's the time, right? I mean, Red Nightmare and Rangerbot can all make it through as well, down to Kupo. So in the top 8, not quite settled. But like you said, Lobby A is going to be a lot closer just in general and might have more impactful results at the end of the day. But
Yep.
I'm super intrigued. But we had a great start for half of our top 4, but the other half on Elimination Station right now.
Mission Station is a scary place to be, but it might be okay again if we just take a look at the big picture here, having this tournament being, you know, at the near the start of a patch, as Fight Nights usually are, and looking forward to the Innovation Cup, right? Players are kind of ironing out the kinks, seeing what exactly is good in the meta, what they can get away with. How good is Innovator actually, I think, is a question on a lot of our minds. Not good enough to win lobbies, it seems like, right? We get a little bit of a high roll. The prophecy did come through, right? It was, oh, you won the lobby, Boys and Enter, with the early Malzahar and Cho'Gath drop, and it actually did happen. So, hey, you know, the players in the lobby knew best right from the start.
I think Dragon was our real saving grace there, giving us a Jeweled Gauntlet versus a Hand of Justice. And the Jeweled Gauntlet was how we ate through the majority of that damage, along with the Hextech Gunblade, which self-sustained the Malzahar, which was exactly what they needed, because both of the rounds that the Mutants won ended with Kaisa and Malzahar being the last 2 against Ezreal, who was tier 3 and was actually doing a lot of really great work. Definitely not as definitely not the type of carry that Twitch is, but you know, if you hope hard enough, could be and might be able to steal a round or 2. But again, going into this third lobby, where the Innovator is going to go. A lot of people obviously wanting to play this comp. One of them getting a top 4 so far. So things might be moving away from that. Are we going to see any reroll comps? We haven't seen any so far today, other than some half Innovator reroll, like Twitch Evaders, for example. But you know, I kind of consider reroll comps like the ones that keep you at level 6 for a little bit longer. Right, so we haven't seen the Syndicates, we haven't seen the Talons, and I really want to, because I think they would have been quite nice in these lobbies. Even the Kha'Zixes, just the regular Kha'Zixes, because of that backline access, finding purchase on the Convergence.
We saw the Corki attempt for the reroll. I mean, there's some 3-cost rerolling happening as well, of course, those Mutants, but yeah, this staying on level 6 and rerolling, not too much of it. And I'm surprised as well, Boop, especially with the comps that, you know, we've both been mentioning, and you just mentioned the Talent and the Ashe. But let's go ahead and take a look at lobby A in game number 3 and see if these players in the bubble can make it into that top 8 and advance into the final lobby. On my board right now with Asian Gucci squad, getting a Corki, getting a couple of Quins. Seems pretty excited with that Corki, not gonna lie. And types, my son has arrived. So, okay, we already have direction. We know what this is gonna be. It's gonna be Yordles with a Corki carry. All right, lock it in. We know, we don't have to check in with the Asian Gucci squad anymore in this game. No, I mean, obviously we do, but definitely a good start.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not gonna be a good start, I don't know if we can call ourselves Asian Gucci squad anymore. It's gonna be right. It's gonna be like Asian consignment store squad when it comes to like bottoming 8, right? But if we're gonna be feeling good about this Corki, let's keep pushing, right? Let's act like we're typing. So let's play like we're the best. And I think Asian Gucci squad with a name like that should be good to go. Remember that Enforcer Heart were accidentally nerfed, but kept in, I believe. So Enforcer 2 is 3 seconds, and Enforcer 4 is 4, which the numbers make more sense in terms of that, because it being 5 seconds with the 4 spot just felt weird. But
that's fair.
Now, I think... Okay, so we have the Quinn 2 now as well. I think we picked... Was that the Pirates one?
Yeah.
All
wow,
right.
That's not the direction that I think anyone here anticipated, especially with
Screw Corki.
Yeah, the excitement of the Corki. You know, it's okay. We're onto it. We're onto a new thing now. We just, you know, whatever we find in that shop right then, hey, that's what we're gonna go with. And all right, netting some gold already. Even we got synergy at Quinn 2. We don't have any more mercs, however. But maybe it's okay if Quinn gets the items and she gets the kills. She's going to have a chance to farm Asian Gucci squad a lot of money.
This is like what I like to play like. Um, you don't know if you're gonna get mercenaries, right? You don't know if this is gonna happen, but you got your Quinn 2, and we're gonna go ahead and just launch it, right? We're limit testing at this point. Asian Gucci Squad. Now, no items on the Quinn, no money to help either. So this is just gonna be the raw neutral damage, and we're potentially gonna be putting some AP on the Quinn. Friendly matchup, though, other than the fact that PH Dan has a tier 2 Corki. So this Quinn setup might actually be even more attractive now.
It really will be. Not committing any completed items, but still a Rod, and Quinn is going to be farming some gold here. Is Camille going to steal the kill somehow? No, probably not. There we go, and more gold. Okay, this Quinn's already almost paid for herself at this point.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. So many people would push away that particular move because of where we are, but sometimes the best way to bring the lobby to your control is to make the whole thing out of control. Right, so now everyone has to worry about a Quinn all of a sudden that is going to be pushing a ton of money as we finally have a reroll comp on the board. It is going to be the Talon and the Syndra. Man, Syndra and Zyra are 2 units I get confused all the time. You know how everyone has like a unit that they're blind to?
Yeah,
I just don't see it. Syndra is mine. I just don't see Syndra. My cones and rods in my eyes just don't have the ability to see that unit.
Unfortunate. Syndra wants to be seen and is seen by Chung Money at least. So it's on the board.
Is seen.
Everyone is seen. Talon might finally be a focal point of a composition, Boop. It might be time to see Talon reroll. Has a Rage Blade already, which is not the best talent item. Oftentimes you'll see like RFC, IE, Quicksilver being the 3rd item, but it doesn't need to be Quicksilver. Actually, some people say that I think actually Jirachi, they made an argument for double RFC being best in slot, but of course it's very hard to get 4 bows specifically for that Talon. But items like Gunblade, you know, stuff like Death Cap also work on him as well. Rage Blade, I think, is going to be an okay 3rd option, but now needs more bows, needs the IE as well. That's the big one, is the IE.
I remember back in like set 1 and set 3, stacking items was like the deal, right? It's like what you did. Triple Locket, triple Zeeks was how set 1 played out.
True.
If at least how I remember it. That and demons. Oh God.
Demons.
But the reason why I bring it up is I feel like we've kind of moved away from that kind of experimentation, right? Where doubling up items. I mean, like there was a period of time where doubling up Titans was kind of a thing. It was 50 extra attack damage and defense, and for units like Jax that could use it like that, all of those stats were really good. But this Debonair comp, which is committed right now because of the augment, really wants to get some tier 2 units. All of these losses, I think, have actually could have been even better for us if we were able to get that tier 2 talent. And in terms of re-rolling, we got to get to some of that money here pretty soon, as Floating Tortoise already has 3 mutants.
Already has 3 mutants, already level 5, in fact. Same with Asian Gucci Squad. And QB Knight, actually. 3 players at level 5 already, which not the most standard thing. If they want to protect win streaks, sure, they go for it. And, you know, 2 out of 3 are protecting a 100 HP win streak. I think Asian Gucci Squad might have a 2 win streak, but they're going to inevitably run into each other. And some player is going to be very unhappy by the time that the Krugs roll around. Floating Tortoise has fantastic items. Good augment as well with the Ludens. But Umbrellas and Gunblade just needs a mana item. Actually, depending on what the mutant buff is, it might actually be Synaptic Web. Judging off of these mana pools. I'm not 100% on that.
Not a cybernetic game again. We're going to do some switcheroos just at the end. I love Morello's on Malzahar, one of the few units that uses it to actually just increase your damage versus tag as many people with it, which you're going to do anyway, but the little bit of extra burn synergizes really well with the unit, especially with this Hextech Gunblade, which is literally feeding HP to the rest of these mutants. I don't think we saw a mutant fall, so I don't think we got to see all of the options, but
it is Synaptic. It is Synaptic. One attack and Malzahar ulted. Yeah, it's Synaptic. For sure, so not really needing that mana item. at least as desperately. Still could make use out of it, but by no means necessary. Seraphine in a level 5 shop and a VIP Talon. Not gonna pivot over to those, but certainly interesting options to see in the shop.
Seraphine, seeing in the shop and this early and not grabbing it, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Just a good solid unit in general. Heals, does damage, affects attack speed. And so sometimes this early, it's nice just to have a unit like that to have AoE damage, not a ton of it.
Yep.
For example, there's none of it on this board. It's all single target, and that's what we've invested the Malzahar into. Giant Slayer, we've seen that do pretty well on the Corki. It's going to be single persona here. Corki a little bit contested.
Slightly. As Phalanx there to make that units in the back couple of lines a bit tankier. That tankiness going to matter here. I mean, Malzahar's going to heal himself up with every cast, but yeah, Vex get another shield, not enough damage. Corki full HP the whole time. Tortoise taking a loss right before Krugs. Again, I talked about someone's going to be unhappy, and it is, unfortunately, Floating Tortoise.
This is going to be the second time we see Malzahar 3 win a lobby. The same start kind of happened, so it could potentially repeat itself history-wise as single persona now. Running Yordles at the moment, probably moving into twin shots a little later. We're going to be developing that economy for now.
Yep. Couple players running Corki. Who's going to commit? Anyone going to commit to a Corki reroll style? I think if both of them do, it might be a little bit spooky. They both could hit, right? There's enough copies in the pool so that they can both hit. I believe 22 copies of 2 costs. Because I actually remember I have this like little thing in my head from the Katarina meta. It kind of, last set was it's everyone's daily reminder that if everyone holds 2 Katarinas, no one can hit Katarina 3 little thing. So it's kind of a similar. It's not Corki's not going to be that oppressive, right? You don't need to worry about everyone in the lobby holding Corkis. It is going to be a threat, though, especially if he gets tier 3'd, especially with some solid items that, I mean, single persona doesn't have maybe best item Corki, but this is still good.
Another item that seems to be getting in popularity just in general is the Hextech Gunblade. It seems like a lot of people have been finding holders for that item that normally I don't think we would slam these items for, right? But for things like Granada and Malzahar, why not slam it now, right? If we move that direction, which we can. And it's going to be fine on Corki too. We're going to get a good amount of old casts. It's just not going to be as constant as the Malzahar or Granada once we get there. Syndra. Is that VIP Syndra? Yes, it is. Chung Money going to be running with the Scholar on that Syndra instead. The knockup is pretty brutal, and if we kind of luck into lifelong learning or something like that, could potentially stay here for a while. But that's just wishful thinking.
A little bit wishful thinking, but Boop, you're always the ones to be thinking about those niche situations. And in set 6, right? There's a lot of weight to put into those niche situations. They actually could work out very, very well with specific augments, specific scenarios. I do like it. Move over to Kupo. Kupo not having a great day thus far, right? Only 6 points. Might not even be able to make it into the top 8. But hey, if there's a possibility, always got to play to your win condition.
What is this turning into? We got Hextech Gunblade. Maybe we wanted to play Talon and just couldn't get there?
Skipped a Vi in the shop. Interestingly enough.
Skip to my loo. Wait, does that mean you're skipping to the bathroom?
I've never even
heard
that phrase
thinking
before.
out loud, skip to my loo. Anyway, my brain works.
Is that a phrase? Is that a thing people say?
Yeah, isn't skip to my loo a song?
I don't know.
Did you have a childhood? Like,
No,
this is to the point now where, like, I think I'm
games.
right, but, like, you're so confident that it's not a thing. I'm, like, gaslighting myself.
No.
At this point.
It's not that I think it's not a thing. I've just never heard of it. And I expect me to never hear of it, actually. So, like, I believe you. I'm not.
I am, like, the king of random facts. So,
of course you are. Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
hey, if you say it,
we'll
Boop, I'm going to believe you.
My favorite thing is, like, when someone's like, I'm going to look that up, and I'll be like, do it. Anyway, Tiny Titans here. Yeah, exactly. Asian Gucci Squad running with the Tiny Titan, which is a oxymoron here on the board.
Wow.
And we're going to be doing Mercs here. So that's actually phenomenal for Tiny Titans. It
Oh,
gives
yeah.
you 3 or 4 losses that you can go into for mercenaries. We've been running winning mercenaries here, though. We're on a 2-game win streak with blue buff Morellos. We'll probably start losing here soon if we want to keep going, but we can leave this whenever. But remember, this is also the pirate squad, so we're getting a couple gold every round along with whatever gold we're winning within those rounds,
Yep.
thanks to our mercenaries.
This is very, very interesting of a spot to be in here for Asian Gucci squad. Running Mercs with Tiny Titans, fantastic combination right there, right? It gives you a lot more time to get that massive loss streak if we were going for that. You did mention, and I of course agree, this composition is not going to remain winning, and actually the win streak is going to end a lot sooner maybe than people expected. Going to lose there up against Chung Money. 109 HP, right? This could be like a 10 loss streak, still have like 50 HP, get a huge cash out, get a big pivot in there, and be in a good position to win the lobby. A lot to think about until that point, however. Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here, so we'll check in with that a bit later as we move on over to PH Dan. 70 HP. No one is really that far behind, right? There's no outliers at the bottom of the lobby, which there usually is.
Totally, and that's actually the second time that's happened today, so pretty even lobbies so far. I just love this, that we have a pirate augment on the board right now for a comp that only had Quinn to start with, and it's at 109 HP. Definitely one of the worst comps probably on the Convergence going through stage 4, but because we have Tiny Titans, we can keep playing Mercs throughout that entire stage, possibly.
Yeah.
We actually move up to level 7 because, again, we're doubling our goal, every round potentially. Instead of getting, 1 round per win, with every round we're getting 4 potential gold if the kills come through, maybe even more if the rolls come through. So this is our second Giant Slayer Quirky. However, none of the Quirkies have really been impressive. We'll see if that's going to change this time around. Is QB going to be running the Talon this time around? We're finally seeing some rerolls that just took halfway through the night.
Yeah, we're finally seeing a Talon. This one probably not a reroll though. QB Knight's level 7, just using it as an item carrier. Talon does not carry Bloodthirster very well, but still, just seeing the Talon is a change of pace that I think we do appreciate here, especially expecting the Talon to be played. Quirky, pretty solid. I mean, PHN was on a 3-loss streak. Is having a bit of a better time this match, however, with a lot of the units being tier 2'd already. Level 6, 50 gold, 70 HP, 3 Corkies away from Corky 3. A fine spot to be in, by any means. No panic should set in yet.
But Corky's contested, right? So these last 3 Corkies might be shared with some other Yordle abusers. We all, everyone has such positive opinions of people who play Yordles. Really no one says anything about them. But anyway, PH Dan having a little bit of a rough night, wants to play spoiler on this round, eliminated from the second lobby, but we've seen a lot of people find success in their last lobby when the pressure's off, right? It's hard to replicate that when you need to play like that in the first 2 lobbies, but
exactly.
Sometimes you come in, you get 2 8s, and you come back the next time and win out, right? Banana Pajama is actually a good example of someone who I believe has last placed a fight night before and has now come back 4 weeks in a row.
Yep, with a fantastic run here as well. So just like you said, can absolutely happen. And the Corky can absolutely take the win there in that fight, because it was Corky v Corky. Of course, Corky couldn't lose. But PH Dan is going to be the sole player re-rolling the Corky, right? The other side of that fight was Single Persona just playing Corky as an item carrier. Had already pushed to level 7, but Dan will not be contested for too long, right? So has a bit of a sigh of relief, I think, there, knowing that the Corky will be solo re-rolled. Still a long way to go, right? 3 Corkies is not going to guaranteed come through. So needs to play these next few rounds very, very smart. The decision, do we re-roll it down right now? Do we wait a little bit longer? Getting the Poppy 3 is nice, right? More of a front line, but how much do we roll down right now? I think that's the big question. It looks like it was just a 50.
I appreciate that decision. Sometimes you can get a little antsy at 4-1, but we won the last round, right? So let's not get antsy until we need to get antsy, right? Let's see how selfish we can be, and if we win the next round, it is going to be a great day for PHDN in terms of where to roll from there. You're going to have 60, 70 gold, and you might be able to tier 3 those Yordles even before you get to 50. As Red Nightmare now, not having as much success as the first time they were here, but has a spatula, and we already have a bodyguard, so we might be able to maybe hit 6, but this is a bodyguard 4 comp.
Yeah.
You know, you got to speak it into existence, right? You know, when you play craps, if you say 7, people don't like it. I'm just doing the opposite thing right here. You speak it into existence and maybe it'll work. But this is also an Ashe and Syndicate comp, and the extra hex for Ari is actually very, very nice. This Syndicate comp probably beats the Corki if that Ari is tier 2.
Definitely does, but Ari's not going to be tier 2 for a while because guess what, Boop? We're re-rolling. And 3 Ashes away. 47 HP, lowest in the lobby. Red Nightmare needs to all in soon, because even though this Ashe, you know, is 3 away, we still are not even close to Morgana 2, right? That's not even paired. The Ari's not paired. We're gonna have to level up to 7 as well after we hit all these things to be able to play the 5 Syndicate. Still a long way to go, and these rounds are not going to be guaranteed wins. The Ashe only has a Rage Blade and a Last Whisper at this point. She's not near her peak power level. Still need a couple more items for that, or I guess components for that, rather.
Ashe really isn't a power level until we hit tier 3, really.
Yeah.
And so we're still trying to get there, but look at how quick that front line just fell. However, this Morgana at tier 2 is going to be able to get 1 or 2 ults off. This is honestly best case scenario for this matchup. Red Nightmare losing by 3 units is actually a lot less than I had anticipated.
Yeah.
But with the Archangel's, I think, Embrace augment, this Corki gonna infinitely scale. So I have some high hopes for that particular Corki as we do pair up our Ari now.
Pair up the Ari at least. Finding another Zyra, but skipping it.
We're level 6 too.
Every single roll that comes through that doesn't hit anything, you just feel that much worse. It's that situation. But I think good discipline here to stop rolling. But probably this might be the last loss they could take here this next round.
This next carousel item might actually be a big game changer too. Say there's a spat. All of a sudden we have an extra unit on the board, which might be able to compensate for a lack of tier 2 and tier 3 power, because a lot of people will actually have the tier 3 Ashe at this point. We were at level 6, round 4-3. We really wanted to get it locked in. You're seeing that the Ashe with the Rage Blade is finally getting the time it needs in the front line to ramp up, but it still might not be quite enough. This is going to be close.
Oh, it is. We'll find out soon. Hold your breath. What's going to happen? Predictions. Okay. Oh, we don't figure it out.
He won.
They won. Yeah, 38 HP.
Yeah, the Ashe won. So when you get that time, that's how important front line is there. That's why the 4 bodyguards can be very nice there. A single persona now is who we actually just saw them face, is running this Corki, and this is a very common situation that single persona finds themselves in. This is a solid comp up until right now, right? It's on the sole basis that all of our good units are still tier 1. We have no front line. Right, we definitely want the Vex to move up at some point. Oh, we have an augment that keeps us back there, but we still want the front line, right? So we go to level 8, and hopefully we end up finding it. We're looking at some tanky units. We have some good quality units, but where will they end up going in the final iteration of this board?
Let's see. Silco, Zeri, Kaisa. Kaisa being immediately sold. Victor as well. Not too bad with these items. Does get rolled past, however. Huh.
I need that to be like my text notification. Huh.
A Corki 2 from Malzahar 1 that gets jumped on by a town immediately. That is weaker, for sure. A roll down didn't really come to fruition. Single persona does have a decent amount of HP, however, so this one loss isn't doomed, but not setting a good pace, right? 41 HP is tied with 7th, right, in this lobby. Sure, you could see it as 5th, but you can also see it as 7th very quickly.
Wow. 3 of our top 4 just lost, too. So things are pretty even below the top 2. As we get a tier 2 augment. Is it going to be Luden's Echo? Jeweled Lotus, coolest name.
Yeah, interesting.
could have been nice
Ludens.
there, but it is going to be Ludens. A lot of spellcasting on this comp. And more spellcasting than frontline. As we leveled to 8, then lost, and then didn't really get any better on this particular round. This is feeling a little bad.
Yeah, okay, had the item remover, thankfully, because selling that Malzahar would have felt very, very bad. This was an Ahri pivot that just didn't have an Ahri for a long time. It should have been a quirky, I think, still for another round, but
it's like when you're playing Mercs without playing Mercs, you're just losing.
Yeah, you're just, oh, it feels bad, but okay, gets to feel a little bit better. There's a Victor that now gets picked up. Skipping the Victor earlier should put it in over the Vex.
Oh, I thought that was tier 2.
Does not.
Oh,
yeah, rough spot. So many pairs. What do we hit? Almost none of them.
PH Dan, though, hasn't really gotten stronger since we saw the Poppy get tier 3'd. We're one Corky away. I think the contesting has definitely has slowed down our tempo. And it looks like we're going to win out this round. Thornmail, very strong, very strong, very strong item. Usually, on average, pretty strong, but against units with those IEs like we're seeing, like the Talons, it's even stronger. Hey, that's lucky.
Very lucky, very crucial of an upgrade there. Exactly what single persona needed. Hopefully some more luck comes through to upgrade more of this front line, like Braum and Morgana. Those are very important units. Hey, the Zyra as well.
Yeah, I thought Guardian Angels were gone from the game, but apparently single persona's got one. It could be minions or people, it could be Kent, right? Or it could be Mort doing some side gigs on the Mort God. But this Ahri now is going to be a little bit more on the support side because of the Hextech Gunblade. Usually with the Giant Slayer, you like to see things like the Rabadon's Death Cap. We've seen that particular build push a ton of damage out, but the blue buff is at least what we have. We do get the tier 2 Zyra, and that's going to help the overall board too. This is so much better than before. We got a little lucky, though. Sometimes you don't want to leave it to luck like that, but single persona might have done enough to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, that's TFT for you. Sometimes it has to be a little bit lucky, right? Even if you roll a lot of gold and just don't hit. Gotta hope to hit eventually. Move over to Chung Money. Debonair VIP Draven with some really good items on him as well. The Rage Blade, the IE, the Quicksilver, a couple of leftover belts as well. It's going to be Warbog's Blitzcrank for now. It's probably going to be swapped over a bit later on when Leona is found, but there is no Leona quite yet.
Yeah, actually kind of contested. Leona's on a good number of boards here as a Debonair comp on the struggle bus, but look at that Renata, already tier 2. Yeah, she got nerfed, but I mean, with that itemization, you're going to be supporting, you're going to be doing damage, you're going to be doing a lot of stuff that, honestly, you shouldn't be able to do, but this is not even early, right? 5-1 for a tier 2 4 cost unit is pretty spot-on timing. It's right on the downbeat, but you have to match that, right? If you're starting to drag on that tempo, you'll see your HP start doing the same thing, especially when Floating Tortoise has been on fire. And when anyone's on fire at this point in the game, that's got to be pretty scary, especially if they're still in first place.
Yeah, and the last board was the Pirates board, right? It was the Merc board, so they're able to have a lot of gold where they can roll to hit. It was the Vi 2 with two really good items. I think it was the Bramble and the Declaw. Then it was the Jace 2 as well, Renata 2. Like, that board is peak. That's the synergy, right? Getting Pirates with a good Mercenary early, getting Mercenary, getting Tiny Titans to supplement any HP gaps and losses. But now we get to see the final state of near final state of what PH Dan's board's going to be, and it's a Corky 3. However, it only has 2 items at this point. Is it going to deal enough damage? That's the question.
Bets on if the Vex is going to fall to the Draven at any point today. The focus actually does move away from the Vex. The Draven was on the Vex for the majority of this round, but I don't see how the Draven actually gets through it unless this really starts to stack on the Rage Blade. Was the very last person to get targeted, but the Lulu 3 was enough. The Vex took literally all of the Draven damage outside of like 5 or 6 total auto attacks, as we do find the Leona. Debonair 7 is online.
It is online, and Very VIP is an augment that is online as well. Draven 2 is online. So much going well for this board now for Chung Money. Very VIP, right? That's why we saw the Draven be very tanky. Then we see someone actually rolling into a Talon 3. I think that was Kupo. So finally, the Debonaires we've been expecting, Boop, they come through.
Finally, it only took 3 lobbies, and this isn't necessarily even the reroll version. It's not. We have the I guess classic Debonair 7 play. We have a very VIP too. So the other Debonairs are going to get some of the advantage too. But look how tanky this Draven is. Just look at how much HP Draven has.
Yep, very VIP coming into play. As soon as a unit dies, Draven gets all of that HP. I think it's 30%. Yeah, 30% of their maximum health increase every time.
The thing about it that is got to be pretty great for Chung Money here is that I haven't seen any Giant Slayers, and this is where the Draven would get racked by a Giant Slayer at this moment in time. So I don't really see any. So if someone's already built one, that's going to be really nice. We might be able to get some AP there in the back line, but the way that Ari works, it could be hard. But we do have the reroll version on this board. Unfortunately for Kupo, someone else was contesting, but it doesn't seem like that much because we have the Syndra. Man, every time I see Syndra, I want to say Zyra, and then the Talon as well, already tier 3'd.
Already tier 3'd, Syndra, and now Blitzcrank as well. A couple of echoes away from T3.
Echo.
Third item on the Talon, gonna be a Titans. Again, that's the kind of more flexible one that you can have. Echo, oh man, if Echo, I swear, we see it every single time. Echo is gonna be positioned to whereas if he rolls like Banshees or Zeeks, he's not actually next to anybody. That happened there. Didn't get punished for it, fortunately. It just rolled into a Sunfire, but now we get to see what this Talon can do.
It's doing a good amount of work. For some reason, no one targeting the Talon at all. The Senna buttering up a lot of the damage along with the Syndra. That wasn't even close. QB Knight won the last lobby, I believe. So pretty polarizing day for QB as, you know, a reroll comp shouldn't have any money, especially at this point in time with 3 tier 3 units, and we only need 1 more Echo too. And this Echo hoarding is actually hurting a lot of the other lobbies because Echo is kind of the utility point for a lot of comps. So if you're running Innovators, if you're running any type of scraps for some reason this late, the Echo is going to be tough to find.
And the Assassins as well. Echo does it all being an Innovator now. He's such a good unit. Really, really nice. Probably a bit too strong in terms of all he has to offer, but hey, that's okay.
Especially with Frozen Heart, specifically.
Double redemption rolling into here, but yeah, Red Nightmare did also go 8th. Unfortunate day for them. Wasn't able to get any top 4s, but Kupo looking to dodge a bot 4 situation for themselves. Already having a couple of games again, bottom 4. Talon not going to be enough to deal with a Cho'Gath 3, however. Another one from Floating Tortoise this time around.
It wasn't even the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath didn't touch the Talon. It was Kha'Zix that took him out.
Just an RFC.
So a pretty great round, if I say so myself, for our friend there. As PH Dan still running those Yordles, finally 3-starring the Vex. Knowing that the Vex is 3-starred means that Viger might be coming here soon. But the tier 3 Echo, Kupo might actually top 4 out of this, because look how close this lobby is. Floating Tortoise has only lost once since the last time we saw him on fire.
Yeah, the lobby HPs have certainly separated very, very much, right? We see 10 HP or lower about for, what, like 4 players? Okay, 16 HP or lower for 5 players. Asian Gucci Squad, 34 HP, levels to 9 here, actually, so probably pretty safe for a top 4. Floating Tortoise, almost guaranteed a top 4 at this point. Definitely guaranteed a top 4, I would say. A lot of players rolling, a lot of players hitting as well. Kha'Zix 2, Aurelia 2. Aurelia 3 from QB Knight. Wait a minute.
Okay. CC is going to be the name of the game. There is a Giant Slayer, so the Draven is going to be vulnerable against that one. We got some serious rock, paper, scissors stuff happening right now, Khroen, and that's how TFT is supposed to work. Mutant. Now, for the Victor, it's only going to be the 3. We know it's going to help with the ultimate.
Yep. Mana Blue Synaptic Web. So it gets ultimates faster.
Renata taking literally no damage, even from some of these tier 3 units. It's Talon versus the world. No HP regen for Talon, and that is going to be an elimination for Kupo.
7th place, getting Talon 3, Blitzcrank 3, Echo 3, Syndra 3, but it's not enough. Really, really sad day for Kupo. Definitely will not be moving forward into the finals. PH Dan as well gets eliminated in the 6th. PH Dan, also another player we're not going to see in the finals.
I wonder if he's an acid or a base.
Yeah, what's the pH levels there?
Yeah, what is the pH level for Dan? Probably pretty acidic right now. A little bit of a rough day, but overall, I think it's their first time in, and you get the mulligan. And so moving into the top 5 now, where we can see an Irelia 3 get 5th place. It could happen. This Draven, every time it gets a kill, will get 30% of that HP, and is not stuck on the Thornmail just yet, but will eventually be caught on it with the Vi. A lot of damage going through as well. Ooh, this was very not close.
Not particularly. Units dying, giving Draven more HP, but yeah, not enough HP. I guess it ended up being 3 units there at the end. Single Persona does fall in 5th, so QB Knight with the Irelia 3 does make their way into the top 4. Same with Chung Money, Asian Gucci Squad, and Floating Tortoise, who has taken a couple losses at this point. Maybe to that Irelia 3. In fact, that's probably a unit that could deal with that board.
All right, the Cho'Gath 3 is definitely, I think, what everyone is looking at, but it has lost a couple times. It's going to do, I think, okay against this particular board based on the type of damage, but Renata really good against tanks. Everyone else, though, can struggle against it, and we're going to get to see it right now. Redemption going to do really good against Renata and the Victor once we do get that proc for that front line, but there's a lot of damage going on to the Cho'Gath already, but, I mean, it's a great wall right now when it comes to the Cho'Gath, as a couple more ults should be enough, but as we've seen with other mutant comps, it's the Malzahar 3 that really brings us over the finish line.
And it's not even like Asian Gucci Squad can get that much stronger, but Floating Tortoise can. Floating Tortoise is 1 Malzahar away from Malz 3, is 2 Kha'Zixes away from Kha'Zix 3 as well. That's a 4-cost unit potentially going to be upgraded here, and that would certainly be a lot easier if Asian Gucci Squad gets eliminated, because that would put 3 Kha'Zixes back into the pool. We might see that, however, because QB Knight might outlast Asian Gucci Squad, but Asian Gucci Squad does find that Silco 2. Bit of a power spike.
And we did use Tiny Titans for Asian Gucci Squad, so all of that advantage is gone now. And now we have to try to find replacement power for using an economy technically based augment, and so we aren't going to get 3 augments like we see for Floating Tortoise right now that are going to keep us going throughout the rest of this lobby. For example, it's a dead augment at this point in time for Asian Gucci Squad, but this is going to be, I think, the most likely final 2. It's going to be Irelia versus the World Giant Slayer. Amazing pickup against this comp. Look, Cho'Gath doesn't even look like a unit against it.
Tier 3 Cho'Gath looked like a tier 2 with no items, or like a tier 1 right there, right? And yeah, Irelia is going to clean up both fights. Does not eliminate anybody. QB Knight certainly still feeling very confident. Floating Tortoise, the rolls come through. Are they going to find upgrades of their own? Not quite yet. Could sell these Kai'Sas. I mean, Kai'Sa is going to be hard to... I mean, I guess you would put the Kai'Sa over the Kassadin if it gets tier 2'd. It's 10 gold that you could roll. You might need that right now.
See, but we're so close to so many things right now, and we're just going to keep that economy on the bench. We could get to 10 gold, but we're also 2 Kha'Zixes away and just 1 Malzahar. And I don't know if we can even fit the Kai'Sa in if we wanted to. I guess we could instead of the
Kassadin,
Kassadin. Asian Gucci Squad now. Feeling the might of the Redemption. Victor can be suffocated by it as it decreases damage from AoE abilities, and the 1v1 that we expected is the one that we arrive to. Jib Gauntlet.
Jib Gauntlet, I mean, gives Kha'Zix a little bit of crit, right? There we go, a little bit of AP scaling.
Oh my god, a second
Zephyr.
Third
Zephyr.
Yeah, third Zephyr.
That's gonna be hard to dodge, all these Zephyrs, especially there only being 6 units on this board. Half the units are gonna be Zephyred, Boop.
Yeah, that's not good.
Nope.
For us, when 50% of our power doesn't appear until like what, 6 seconds into the game. We do get Malzahar 3, and that has been the kind of coup d'etat. Is that what it is? No, that's very different.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Creme de grace. No. We're gonna get there anyway.
Okay, I would help you. I just don't know what you're looking for.
Creme de la creme. No. QB Knight though with the Irelia 3 should be fine. There's nothing to stop her on this board.
Not rolling because they do have more than one life left remaining. This is good positioning when it comes to dodging a Zephyr for the Malzahar. Maybe not the same for, the back units there. Okay, Malzahar gets enforced, so only the frontline units are able to play.
That's so funny. I've never seen that before. I mean, the only reason why you would ever build 3 Zephyrs is because the game did it for you. This is actually moderately close right now. The Kazakh's doing a lot of really good work, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a loss here at 7-1. I think we're kind of walking the plank right now, unless we get a Kazakh's 3 and some nice targeting.
One more. Kazakhs.
I've not seen a Kazakh's 3 yet. I would love to.
We have a few more rolls left to go. Sell the Kaisa. Okay, Rek'Sai pair. Sure, great. Don't find it. Might have another turn left. It might not as well. If this is by 3 units lost or more, Tortoise is going to be out of it. And QB would win.
It was only 2 the last time. And we do shroud... We do shroud the Irelia, so we're going to have a little bit of extra time to go up against her. The Irelia does target the Cho'Gath right away. Malzahar 3 in the backline. Actually moderately safe. Should get through the 2 people on him, and this is the best case scenario now for the Malzahar. No, you needed to get the ult onto the Irelia, and that did not happen as QB wins another low HP lobby. I think that's 2 in a row for QB.
Yeah, back to back for QB. The Irelia 3. Sure, you can play for your 3-starred 4-cost units, and hey, they're gonna do the job a lot of the time, unless they're Jhin and they get sniped by a Caitlyn too, because that happens. Happened a couple of weeks ago, but still a wonderfully played game there from QB Knight. That's with that performance probably going to lock in a top 8 for them. But still, there's a few more question marks, Boop, that we're tabulating there in the back line. But once we get to our top 8, I think we're going to see a lot more great gameplay. But, 3 games so far. What have you thought about them?
Really great. Just excited for production to finish using their abacuses and to get these, and see what these scores are, because we don't know what happened in the second lobby either. The abacuses have been finalized, as it's actually ESO who got the 10 points. That's huge for ESO. Wow. ESO was actually in 8th place coming into this game. Poison Ender got last. So did Banana and Pajama, who was on the bubble. Mario Bros actually playing spoiler here. The way that lobby B went, I think this is going to be a pretty interesting final 8 once we do get there. I'm waiting with anticipation, Khroen.
I'm scared for some of these players. I mean, Banana and Pajama especially, a 4-week returner, did get, I believe, a 4th and a 4th place for the first 2 games, but bot 4ing here is certainly not the time to do it. Let's take a look at the overall scores over the 3 games, and it's going to be QB Knight getting first, all the way down to Poison Ender. We see Banana Pajama and Kupo being eliminated.
Wow, I did not expect Banana and Pajama to get eliminated there. Asian Gucci Squad needed 1 higher placement to make it through. Needed a 1st place, but was unable to get there. Man, at any time during the day, Asian Gucci Squad 1 place higher would have brought us ahead of Poison Ender, who almost trips at the finish line.
Yep. A sad defeat for the players on the right-hand side, but we still have to look forward to those top 8 players, Boop, and 2 more lobbies, and this is where things get real crazy, right? The point values get doubled. So some good times. Do you expect to see anything different, perhaps, or still kind of more of the same? We finally got to see some talent reroll, right?
Yeah, and not a ton of
Ashe as
innovators.
Well. True,
not a ton of
actually.
innovators that lobby. So are we going to keep seeing that kind of go to the wayside? I think a lot of people like playing innovators through comfort, but that seems like discomfort is always temporary, my friends. What a blanket statement, but for this particular thing, we're gonna use it.
You know what, Boop? A little bit of a throwback. You mentioned earlier, that song "Skip to My Lou" is actually linked to me. So we're gonna go ahead and go on a quick break. I'm gonna go listen to that song, and soon we will be back with more Fight Night Rising, brought to you by Wisdom. Stay tuned right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night Rising. We are moving on to the top 8, the finals. But quick report. I'm happy to report that I have actually indeed heard that song. Skipped my loo before. I just deleted it from my memory apparently, like I do with most media that I'm not immediately focusing on. So we have that.
Some context. I thought it was about going to the bathroom, but apparently it's a famous partner stealing dance. I don't know if there's a genre that we need to reevaluate and bring back again that's partner stealing dances, but, chat, do what you will with that. Anyway, back to TFT, Khroen. I'm so happy that we got to institute some childhood in you,
Yes.
even though we are just starting off with
Unlock
our final
memories.
2 lobbies here with our top 8.
Yeah, we have the top 8 ready to go, and again, these are where the games get real spicy because the point values are doubled, so that's going to mean, 20 points for a first place, all the way down to if you get 8th. Sure, you get 2 points, right? Those are doubled too, not discriminating any placements there, but this is an opportunity, excuse me, for the players on the bottom, like Poison Ender, like Floating Tortoise, to catch up, right? There is an 8-point gap between first place and 8th place, but that could all go away after just one game, right? No one is out of it yet, but a little bit of advantage is certainly going to make you a little bit more comfortable. Again, not safe.
So of anything that has kind of transitioned in terms of like our silly little curses into this new format, it's actually still the 4th lobby curse.
Yeah.
I think the majority of the time, the person leading going into this drops the ball and makes, for a viewer, it's awesome, right? Because we go into the last lobby with like 6 people eligible to win. But if you're that person, you're probably a little bit frustrated.
Yep.
Because last week, the only reason why I think Koopa won was because we had a cushion after that 4th lobby. So we might be able to see it today. It's definitely going to matter because these point totals are pretty close just in general, and with everything doubled, if you repeat in 8th place from last lobby and you still snuck in like Poison Ender, right, you're kind of just eliminated. So
yeah.
you got to work. Everyone should be going after a top 4, maybe just a top 1 placement at this point in time. You got to push it to the limit, right? Just like in Star Trek, you got to give it all she's got, Captain. Right? And
Exactly.
same thing here in TFT. Now is not the time to be conservative, in my opinion.
Exactly. And speaking of top 4s, like you just mentioned, Boop, 3 players have top 4'd every single lobby. Chung Money, Upset Max, and QB Knight, the 3 players who have top 4'd every single lobby. Chung Money got a couple of 3rds and a 4th, but the other 2 players actually, QB Knight getting 2 first places, and Upset Max getting 1 first place. This is really a good time to start getting those first place placements, right? 20 points to further solidify that lead. But again, those silly little curses, that 4th lobby curse, QB Knight, has ran out of steam. 2 first places in a row is hard to do, let alone 3.
Metabolic Accelerator. Imagine if you could get that with tiny tines.
Crazy.
That'd be a little nuts. Okay, so this is actually really interesting. We have a newly buffed but not proven comp so far in today's lobby, which is the Syndicates, and then you've got automatic benefit with Metabolic Accelerator, especially as a first choice. We might just be waiting to pick just Upset seems to have value a lot of the mind game when it comes to using time in appropriate manner. But we are going to go with Metabolic, which was the choice, I think, most of the time. But I'm glad we thought about the Challenger and Syndicate because that could become something like at round 5-2, we have 7 Syndicates and we're crushing it. But it's better just to go with Metabolic now because that's guaranteed value that we don't have to feel any anxiety or wishful thinking with.
Especially with the tier and the sword already there, those are items that could lean into an Ari composition with Syndicates. It is by no means guaranteed that you're going to get there from this spot, right? It would still, if you don't roll into any other Syndicates right now, it'd be kind of dead synergy, just very risky. Speaking of synergies, though, Max doesn't have literally any synergies, and it's not because he's built different or the board's built different. It's just haven't rolled into good units. This is a very weak early game for being level 4.
Super weak. We do have, good damage, but with no synergies, it's just damage, right? Nothing else that's going to help us kind of make it towards the... And we should be able to maybe to take down a unit. I think with this
Yeah.
positioning, we should be fine. We do get the Rek'Sai, and Upset did hover the mouse over it, so already you can tell that that was already more than we had anticipated. So let's see if this one unit, let's check in. Maybe at the very end of the lobby, Upset Max gets 5th by 2 points. We'll know exactly where those 2 points came from.
Yep. Some HP stabilization in terms of Max's augments, and there was some econ on the other side. I think it was Three's company. They got 4 3-cost units, sold one of them, still playing 3 of them, had the Gnar, the Senna, GP on bench, but now moving over to Poison Ender. Poison Ender is 4 Hextech already. Hextech Emblem. This is a fantastic opener, probably likely to win streak until Krogs.
Yes, super great opener, and actually Alawi, pretty good holder of the Hextech emblem because of the Bruiser combination. And, you know, everyone's been talking about the fact that Sejuani is a triple synergy, pretty much gives you Enforcer. I think that is a big reason why it's been nerfed, is Sejuani makes Enforcer super easy to get to, and with this particular setup, we should be able, I mean, that's an easy direction to get into, because Hextech can go into a couple different places, and since it's also on Alawi, we get Bruiser, but we also have a unit that no one really builds relationships with, right? So you're going to be fine selling that for another unit a little later on to put the Hextech on, because I like it on Jinx too, right? That shield might be enough to just get a couple more auto attacks off after that ult, for example.
Yep. Isak over here rocking some Yordles. We've seen Yordles decently commonly, I would say, over the course of today, generally playing around Corki being the carry. Corki has a tier. There's some tanky items on a Darius in the front lines. No gold, though, because Isak has put all this gold into pre-leveling to 5, which is not the most common thing to do with Yordles. Generally, you want to be econing, reaching, 10 breakpoints and whatnot. Both a loss here could be first or second pick, maybe get that blue buff online, but there is the Nico's help on the bench we have to consider as well. When does that get utilized? My thought is generally players are going to wait until they get to those 4-cost units, maybe even 5-cost, depending how good the early game goes.
I mean, we've seen one tier 3 4-cost unit today and it destroyed. So now might be the time to try to get there yourself, as this is not a bad loss, actually. 2 unit loss on this Yordle. I remember ESO actually won the last lobby coming in here, which helped positioning-wise for the final 8. But the thing about Corki is that he can be a little quirky, get it? Because it's just... trying to figure out like another good example, but it's just the damage can be super consistent again in the early game, but once we start adding frontliners, it just never feels like it's quite enough.
That is true. So we do get through our stage 2 carousel. Lucian grabbed. Pair of Lucians right now. Oh, Renata. Wait a minute. That Renata must be a snap pickup, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's a big gold investment. There is a tier here. There's no bruisers, right? Bruiser Renata is the comp that you would like to go. But still, if you're not making 10, even you could still buy that Renata and make 10. We'll check on that a bit later as we move over to Chung Money, who has that Three's company and is still utilizing the Gnar and the Senna from it. GP was sold, but now Shiv on the Senna, i.e. she's the item carrier. Could stick with
We actually
her.
could commit.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Could stick with her, but
not with the Socialite Hex in the second row.
Yeah, probably not.
Though I do think tier 3 Senna has potential. If some of our top heavy comps get taken out, for example, like if innovators just become obsolete at some point in time in the future, I think this unit's going to be the one that can potentially take its place. So it does a lot of damage. Might actually take down this Poppy. Oh no, the shield actually coming in right on time. Still might do it. Oh, it's close. All right, so we win by 1, but that's fine, right? Although we did, we do have a bunch of 3-cost units and a double Socialite Hex, so we have a lot of power, and we didn't win out on that last one, but once we do have Senna 2, we should be pretty consistent for the rest of Stage 3, if we're able to get there.
Yeah. Still 2 Gnars in the field, potentially 30 gold here. Trinamir in shop. Losing is okay, right? That loss just came through, 2 loss streak, so going on a 3 loss streak for Khroen.
My last fortune cookie.
What did my last fortune cookie was like oddly, like stupidly positive.
Oh, you know, one of the best fortunes I ever got, and Chad, if you want to participate, type in your best fortune cookie ever. Mine was if you squeeze an orange, orange juice comes out because that's what's in it. That was
Huh.
an action. I don't know what they're trying to say. But anyway, Khroen,
Oh,
I appreciate all your advice.
I have my last fortune on my desk. I forgot it's here. It told me I will receive happy news this week.
Oh, look at that. I love that. Has there been any good news for you this week?
You know, I like forgot about the fact that I got that fortune, so I wasn't like looking out for it. I don't think anything particular has stood out to me, but the week's not over, right? It's only Thursday. There's still got a couple more days left, so we'll
right.
see. We'll see.
All right, I love it. You know what? If it doesn't happen, hit me up on Sunday and I'll make sure your fortune comes true.
Wait, but Sunday's the beginning of the week, so that's next
Saturday.
week.
Saturday.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Only in the Julian Caesar calendar, the Julian calendar. I still use the Aztec version.
That's fair. That's
Oh, our first brand reroll here as we're
Yeah.
memeing a little bit. The fourth lobby does something to our brains.
It really
But
does.
this is definitely, I think, going to stay with the
Oh,
Hextech
yeah,
Gunblade
100%.
and the Jeweled Gauntlet. You want to. Brand is super fun. I love the machine gun version of this. So you can put the regular tier. And basically, between every auto attack, you're going to get an ult. And if you do receive some damage, you might actually be able to ult 2 times in a row.
Yep.
With the Jeweled Gauntlet, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. But we have to get to the second ultimate on these units, right? Because the first one's only just damage. It's the dot that applies, so you can get that stun in. But super cool to see the reroll brand.
Yeah,
This
Brand
is something
was...
that
Okay.
we haven't seen yet today, and I think has a lot of potential.
Brand was buffed coming into this patch at all of his tiers, right? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 Brand. All of them are going to be a bit better. Already having 5 out of 6 components that are pretty perfect. And sure, that was partly the case because of those extra components Singles Pro was able to get from the Augment. Not winning this round, but Talon is doing his best, I guess, Leona cosplay there. If we want to tanky frontline a bit later on. But yeah, we're going to be going that full Debonair direction. Not willing to upgrade this Talon, right? There's another Talon in the shop, but because he's an item holder, you don't want to commit all that to him. And hey, here you go. We get rewarded. Leona goes in, we get Bodyguard, we get tanky items in Leona. This is pretty much perfect for a single persona. You don't fully like win streak or lose streak or anything, but still 78 HP. Good good gold total. Really good start.
So I think this lobby is the first time we've seen an actual shift in actual meta. We saw like no Debonair comps in the first 2 lobby, and we've seen quite a bit so far on the last 2 lobbies.
Yeah.
We have Debonair augments going a bunch of different directions. We have spatulas happening as well. This version is going to be the Syndra Giant Slayer Jeweled Gauntlet. That's going to be really nice a little later on. You're not going to actually, you might find a little bit of value with this comp, but overall, the Syndra is going to be really nice in the early game. It's
Syra cast. Oh, can
when
she cast?
you get into level 7 and Draven comes in if you're gonna get the VIP recycle. So but really close there. Thank goodness for the Jeweled Gauntlet there. Those crits coming in handy.
Oh yeah, the Zyra and the Jewel Gauntlet crits was the reason that fight was a win. And we get our second augment choices. Gold again, golden gifts. If you don't get an econ augment at the first choice, you're probably not going to take it. It is exponentially worse in each kind of subsequent augment choice. Going back to a little bit of soju rants, but we'll
if it's
steer
not in a
clear
twit
of that.
longer, it never existed.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, Debonair 5 though locked in, so this Syndra going to be hitting like a Mack truck when it comes to those initial rolls. But this is very interesting. I actually would like to take the time to talk about this. You have a tier 2 regular unit on the bench and a tier 1 VIP unit on the board. So you're going to really have to value either the knockup, or if you're going to go rush 7 real quick to try to land a Debonair Deb on air Draven, then that might be the play. But having a tier 2 Syndra on the bench with the VIP being tier 1 doesn't feel good. But yeah, we're going up against another Debonair comp, and this is one of the cooler parts of Debonair is you can actually contest Debonair, but also 2 people can play it without actually truly contesting each other, as both of these are rolling the Syndra and the brand respectively right now.
Exactly, and yeah, like you mentioned, of course, the Syndra VIP being tier 1, it's going to be a little bit better just because of her VIP bonus is going to make that impact area 1 hex larger and knock enemies up for a longer time. So it can be providing more value in terms of utility and just a lot more damage as well to multiple things. Not quite able to do it in that fight, but still close, right? That's a Syndra 1 able to do that much damage, like 1k crits there almost.
And I would just like to say, one of my best buds calls this Syndra comp the "go to your room" comp, which I
like
absolutely love. So I'm just gonna keep using that right now. But a couple Debs right now. We're gonna see a couple Debbie comps throughout the convergence. So how are you gonna move against it? We have Twin Shot, we have Hextech already. A Hextech 6 online on one of the boards. We know that there is a Hextech spat out there. This socialite buff hasn't really been doing a ton. 2 players at 100 HP or above, but no one really bottoming out, floating toward us the closest to that. But it seems like we've actually stabilized a little bit.
This is an interesting board. An Assassin Irelia I actually think is very good. The third item, you know, because you don't get a third item besides for that emblem, what do you go? Do you go for some healing? You go for utility a little bit, like the Quicksilver, or maybe a little bit more damage side with the Last Whisper. I think there are some options here. Last Whisper, Quicksilver, probably my picks there, and hope that you get some healing from a last augment choice, be it Celestial Blessing or a Thrill of the Hunt kind of game. But go to your room. Irelia, nope, she comes right back after she gets thrown by the Syndra. She doesn't want to be in timeout.
But I'm a rebel, Dad. Beautiful Zyra ult. There's going to be a time where Zyra is going to have to get looked at. I think she's going to be sneaky powerful here for a while. Ooh! Go into your room. Oh, this is actually really close. We're going to have to all join at the dinner table for now, Syndra. You can go to your room at the end of the round. 60 gold at round 3-6. We're crushing it in terms of economy right now. Yep. And we're moderately uncontested on innovators. And Irelia works fine in innovator comps because of the scrap.
Innovator Flex. Flex is an important part of that composition. You can kind of play whatever carry you want with it. Be it an Irelia, be it a Jhin, whatever you happen to find, and Irelia was found very, very quickly. There is also the point of having another spatula, right? What does that end up being? Is it, get a high roll and get a Tactician's Crown, or is it going to have to be something else like another Assassin emblem, or perhaps we're making someone a challenger? There's a couple options there, but gotta see what comes through in terms of the items, as Irelia tries to make this round work out, but not quite able to do it versus all of these Chemtechs on the other side from Max.
Haven't seen a ton of Chemtech-oriented comps. I don't think we've seen a Chemtech 5 just yet, but we also, remember, have the Metabolic for Upset Max, so we might be losing a little bit faster than we normally would. At 58 HP, Metabolics probably helped us out, so we'd be above that 40 HP mark. Now we're at 60. We're pretty solid right now. This comp is starting to develop and is starting to become, the comp we know it can be. Yeah. But we have to get there, because the Trunamir is just not good enough right now.
Not quite. Tier 1 item. Needs a little bit more oomph there. Vi being Chemtech, very nice. Vi is such a great unit. Her being 4 cost and the power level, very, very fitting.
Got that Enforcer.
Yeah.
As well. And
Bruiser.
Yeah, and when 2 of your 3 synergies are 2 splashes, right? You're going to be a pretty good unit. So we also have the Chemtech back on it now, so there's going to be 4 synergies on just the Vi, which is just such a great linchpin type of unit. You're not going to be getting carry value out of her, but you're going to get a ton of synergistic value out of it. For example, the Enforcer on this, because of Sejuani, which we talked about earlier, coming full circle.
Full circle indeed. Silco being found at level 7 by Max. Very, very, very nice unit pickup there. Actually puts the tier on the Silco. Okay, so Max was hovering over like, a Shiv. Am I going to make a Shiv? No. I thought this tier would be saved for trying to go something like a blue buff and Morello's on a Renata, but Max is not really going that direction. Only focusing on this Tryndamere carry being the focal point here. Having multiple can work out, but Renata, being nerfed, not willing to go that direction. Having another Singe too. I wonder, can these tier 3 units come through, right? We have 5 Warwicks, 6 Singed, but Max shouldn't stay level 7 rolling it down, right? Unless he's really going to commit for the Tryndamere 3.
I think Tryndamere 3 is the only way you can really win with this comp. So I hope that we do see some committing, but with the early Scholar, though, everything can change, right? Because we have extra stats on the board right now. We have Metabolic, which has given us the time. We're going to continue building that HP for every win. We've already gotten 4 total from the last 2 rounds. And the Tryndamere has that backline access. We do finally have that tier 2 Senna, which can be pretty hard to break through, especially with that heal on the lowest HP target, which could be herself.
Yep.
She's been very safe so far, and the Zach I think over contributing right now when it comes to this Senna comp for real.
It's healed up by the Senna and just has massive stats just on his own with that gargoyles and even the Quicksilver, right? You don't usually see a Quicksilver Zach, but hey, worked out that time around. Another Vipair that Max finds.
That's like the best Zach I've ever seen in
I know,
TFT.
it's so
just
good.
That was the best I've ever seen Zach do. But we are close to our tier 3 units, Khroen. Do you think, like, how impactful is having the tier 3 Warwick versus the, tier 2 Vi at this point?
Early mid game, sure, it's gonna be great, but as the later this game goes on, I think you mentioned it earlier, Boop, the Warwick 3, great in the mid game, falls off
Benjamin Button
super hard. Benjamin Button, exactly, that's what you said. So yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off of that answer here next. I think it's very true, right? The Warwick is, I think, just kind of wasting econ opportunities here for Max. There's no items dedicated to him, so even if he was part of the focal point of this composition, which he's not, he's still gonna fall off. He does win, so gets to only have to sell the Camille to get econ. But these Warwicks, unless Max just like happens to roll all these Warwicks in like a few rolls, right? There's no way you should roll down and have one of the things that you're hoping to hit be these Warwicks. There's no way that's worth it from this point.
I totally agree with ya. There's a Warwick right there if you're really trying to push. But
yeah, there is.
So we have a bow, a naked bow right now. I think we got a large rod.
We have a bow, we have a tier, we have a belt as well. It gets a vest.
It was the vest.
So can Titans the Tryndamere?
Oh, nice. I like the Titans on the Tryndamere. Red buff on Vi.
Or 2 Victors.
Or we can just get another Victor. Victor is Chemtech, so there is an argument to keep this in there. And now we have some decisions to make, right? Are we committing to Victor? We passed Renata, so we're not going to be using it right now. We're rolling at level 7, so...
okay. All right. Well, that decision was made, right? I don't think this is objectively wrong to roll for this Warwick, especially with the fact that Max is staying on 7, trying to roll for Tryndamere, is hoping to hit other units as well along the line, right? Needs Zax, has not committed to the Singe, which I think is the correct choice. The Warwick is kind of the iffy, maybe I can get away with it one, but ooh.
Did you see that Zyra crit? Oh my goodness, poor Tryndamere.
A lot of damn.
You're going to be playing Plants vs. Zombies here for a little while longer, but the Zeri also going to be doing a ton of damage onto the Chemtech comp. Like, it's got to be Tryndamere 3. Even with the Chemtech 5, not enough sustain into the back line. There's no Bloodthirster to help with that either. With self-sustain, there's no Celestial Blessing. As also is going to get Jeweled Lotus, which is a great kind of consolation augment, especially at the late game. It's damage, right? And you're going to get value out of it. The other thing that I want to point out here is that we got the Yordle Portal augment, which is what I like to say it. So we have Yordles coming in with items. And that's why you're seeing so many spread across. I mean, that's the only reason why you would ever see 2 ZZ Rots built on a board.
The Thieving Rascals being that augment. 40% chance to arrive with a component. Cannot get spatulas though, so no Tactician's Crown in Esok's future. Unless the Raptors will gift one. But a lot of these units are still 1-star. I mean, I guess a few of them, right? Not a lot of them. It's mainly just the Corki and the Braum. Braum being the big one since he is the kind of solo frontline here. But swapping some items over. A couple more components on the bench. And then Nico's help. That will certainly bail Esok out of this position here. The Kha'Zix gets enforced.
We actually have Mutant 5 if we pick up the Cho'Gath, but that doesn't seem to be the specific direction that we're going to. Double ZZ Rot, so interesting. And this is the first Sivir that we've seen so far. Like, the way that this is going, you could Sivir 3 probably no problem. If you get a little bit of luck. It is completely uncontested.
Yep.
And Silco and Sivir still go well together. Giant Slayer, Shiv going to be really great on Sivir anyway. And so you're not going to get as much upfront damage, but with the Shiv and Giant Slayer, you're going to be tagging some good percent health along the way. So
yeah,
I always feel like TFT players react to patches too aggressively, especially when it comes to days like today, where it might be a really great time to limit test some of the old stuff, as we actually get 2 Hextech comps now.
Yeah, it is contested apparently. I didn't think it was either, but yeah, Sivir 3 maybe not as easy for Poison Ender, but Chung Money is still 31 HP, right? 3 loss streak, might be eliminated, and all the Sivers go back into the pool soon.
And we have the Static Shiv, still arguably the best holder of that item, especially with that ultimate. Yeah. We have a second IE. We could reforge that if we want. We have best in slot. If we... Oh, not best in slot. We need the Rage Blade, but we do have
Quicksilver Shiv.
Quicksilver and Shiv, which is 2 of the 3.
2 Kaisas. Level 8 shops. Even like level 9 shops sometimes for these players. Jace as well would certainly do have a nice role when it comes to speeding up that backlane attack speed. How do you fit him in though? I mean, you have 5 strikers, so this really does not need to be in. That's too many items on the bench, my friend. Cannot have all of those there. A Quicksilver on the Alistar.
Lack of intention, friends. Lack of intention.
Yeah.
The Quicksilver only affects attack speed on the Alistar, since it is a Colossus. It actually helps with dodge, too. So,
I guess.
That could be nice. It actually is working quite well right now, dodge-wise. But the brand is destroying right now, which I love to see. Oh, look, it happened. Tier 3 Tryndamere. Wow. That happened so quickly after we left.
I know.
That is like our curse.
That's crazy.
Specifically.
I had 30 gold, still needed 4 more Tryndameres. That doesn't usually happen from that situation.
No. In TFT, they say if the caster is watching you, you don't hit. Once they leave, you will hit. And that is exactly what we saw in this situation.
Yeah.
We're going... I mean, the QSS on the Alistar might not help with the... CC mitigation, but this dodge, especially with Gargoyle Stoneplate, a couple extra auto attacks, again, has been the difference in the past when it comes to winning and losing a round. This is tough. We were 1 gold away, but we didn't get it. We sold it and we didn't get it. And we're at 16 HP, like, we could lose here.
Yeah, Chung Money, I mean, Chung Money seems like has the right ideas, but just, like, executes slightly too slow on them every single time, and it's making a big difference, right? I think lost the last round by way more units than they should have. And this round I think it's going to be a similar thing. Maybe they really wouldn't have made a difference, but it could have saved 2 HP. It could have saved 4 HP, and that adds up, especially when we get to these final lobbies where every single bit of HP matters because the points are doubled. It does live at 1 HP, so not super punished. Isak is out in 8th place though. Chung Money secures at least a 7th. QB Knight. Oop, QB Knight. 4th lobby curse. It's happening again. 4th lobby curse.
It's happening again. Oh, it always happens.
Every single time.
It's just hard to play 4 games in a row well of anything, right? Like, I bet if I did hopscotch 4 times in a row, I'd mess up at some point. Because, if it's raining, my knees hurt. But anyway, Chung Money now. Going to be zombie rolling a little bit. We have our good units up for Striker. I feel like this meta has been get as many synergies as possible, so this feels a little awkward on the side, but it's going to be 4 Striker, 4 Hextech. This is old school meta right here. The QSS on the Alistar, but gets literally everyone on the board in that ultimate. The Zeri is hitting the Sivir, but with the Hand of Justice, we're actually doing just fine. So we're going to heal through it. The Zyra misses a couple key ultimates, and that's kind of like the balance. Zyra is just a better version of Ziggs. As Floating Tortoise. Not quite flying. If you win, you can change your name to Flying Tortoise. But right now, Chung Money going to be sticking around with single-digit HP.
That was a kind of close round there towards the end of it. But yeah, Sivir being stronger. Jace being frontline feels a little bit weird to me in that composition because you already have a fully stacked Alistair too. You don't really need much more frontline. I think the Jace might be better served to give that Sivir attack speed, allow her to carry a bit better. Having Aurelia there is another great tier 2 carry. Just small optimizations, but you got to be thinking about those at every single point in the game. Moving over to single persona, our Debonair reroll brand player. He's find another Debonair, does so very quickly, finds that Draven, and this is a Swain 3 as well with Eternal Winter and Ionic. Okay, haven't seen one of these in a while. I do really love this, especially with there being melee threats in the lobby like an Irelia and others as well.
So this comp, actually really tanky. You might not see it. You see the Swain, you might underestimate it, but with the Eternal Winter, along with the Ionic, that's going to be pretty hard to get through. Maybe not for the Tryndamere, though. Eternal Winter, so good against Tryndamere in general. Go to your room!
Go to your room. That's the Syndra. She's so good at dealing with things that jump into the back line, like Talons, like Tryndameres, everything like that. Swain is still alive at this point. Oh, Brand gets pulled in, though, by the Zac.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, actually pulling in kind of saved Brand there. Now Tryndamere spins his way towards the Brand finally. One more cast.
That actually helped us out at the end of the day. So Brand getting pulled to safety, gets, Tryndamere gets sent to the room, tries to come out before timeout is over, and he gets punished for it. As, Blitzcrank goes fishing along with a couple of the other units. And Blitzcrank can actually be quite safe here because Brand is interesting because he actually helps with utility too. So you're going to be keeping people longer because Brand stuns. And it's all about just keeping the cycle going, right? The cycle of life for Brand is no CC, just like all of the other carries.
Exactly. Shroud and Echo positioning. Echo scraps with a sword. It could be a Zeke, it's not... I always fix it on that every single time, so it doesn't position Echo next to a unit. But oh well, didn't actually have any difference there in that fight. But Brand will... Syndra as well, again, great job at peeling. Throws the Jinx all the way back to her room, and it should be a Brand cleanup.
Yeah, look how much HP Brand has. I mean, just not even getting to the Brand at this point in time. So we have a good front line. Eternal Winter is so good. This is close. Upset Max going to be fallen. The lobby has really bottomed out. Looks like it's going to be a Kandrew single persona kind of last but not least. We have a Hex Tech spat here, which is actually going to work.
Yeah, it's not useless. That's more you can say about a lot of Dragon Spatula items.
Mm-hmm.
Get that 2 splash in there. But yeah, the lobby for Curse does indeed strike true. Boop, QB Knight out in 6th.
Okay, so QB opening things up for the rest of the lobby. We'll see what the other triple dragons are. When one person has it, everyone has it. We have ZZ Rot to help. We actually just put that on the Swain, potentially, to get Eternal Winter going right away. The Runins will probably go with the Shiv. Oh, no, actually,
Draven,
I did not see that. It's going to be on the Draven, Hextech Draven.
Not bad. I mean, it's only Draven 1. Kind of awkward items for him. Yeah, Echo might be a little bit better. It's an interesting call, though. I do think there is merit to what you said about putting the Runins just on a Syndra as well, but I think Single Persona is playing this for the long run. Speaking of, Dravens and finding them in the long run, might not be able to, because Floating Tortoise finds Draven 3. We get another 3-starred 4-cost unit, Boop.
Wow, this is early for that. Usually you really see those locked in. You only get like 1 or 2 rounds with them, but we're going to be hanging out with this Draven for a while. Right now the Sivir with the Giant Slayer is actually going to be pretty brutal, but once it hits the Eternal Winter, it should slow down a little bit, and the Swain might be able to come right back, and CC hits the Brand. The ZZ Rod actually gets masterminded.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, is the Sivir, if the Swain heals? No, Sivir is gonna fall, but wait a minute.
Oh!
Oh no, the Silco buffs himself. That was so close, actually.
Oh, we were 3 seconds away from throwing that round because of Silco. That's everyone's worst nightmare. It like never happens, but every once in a while, the way that the cards fall, the Silco loses the round for you.
Yep. Hate to see that one. Hopefully not in the future. Moving back over to Kandrew. Level 9, 10 units on the board. This Assassin Irelia now with the Giant Slayer being a 3rd item. Very, very nice. Silco gets to go in and join the party. Vi is still Vi 1. Giving mana to Gnar and Seraphine. Seraphine's nice.
Seraphine's nice.
With the mana. I mean, nice in
what
general,
a nice
sure.
gal. The Tryndamere gets into the back line, doesn't hit the carry. This Zac we've already seen absolutely destroy, and it looks like it's going to be happening again. Zac might be a lot tankier than we give him credit for.
Tanky and the CC, right? The Zac CC, if it hits impactful units, that's a deal breaker in the fight right there. That could severely change any fight outcome, and I think it did right there as well. Zac was towards the back line. Tryndamere spun into him, grabbed him, knocked him up, and the rest of the units just cleaned up.
So you know that meme that with Mario and all the fire ropes and how he's like barely avoiding all of them?
Yeah.
That's kind of what the set of TFT is kind of like, right? Because that one little bit of CC might be enough to take your life away. So it's kind of the same thing here. How long are we going to be able to avoid the CC? Will the rest of our team be able to target the CC? Will, like the Zac instead, be the one that takes the CC while our other units start ramping up? It is very similar to that. CC, very, very important in all sets of TFT, but in particular, this one, in my opinion.
Yep, now we get a chance to see the top 2 in the lobby fight it out, but there's still some low HP numbers as well that we got to watch on the right-hand side. Poison Ender had such a lead in this lobby and might actually be pulling a Koopa right now in bot 4 somehow.
From what I remember, when we looked over at Poison Ender, that was like that was the Hextech comp.
Yeah, it was
right?
like 100 HP, giga strong win streak, Hextech comp.
Yep.
All of a sudden it's in 5th currently.
Yeah, Zac, buddy. Okay, there you go. Overachieving. You're making us look bad. This is probably going to be Senna's with the Silco buff. Is it? Thornmail, though. Thornmail, such a good item. And it does seem like the QSS is actually making its way onto tanks now with the dodge.
Yep. Poison Ender did in fact go 5th. What a time. What, like both games, right? The times that I've mentioned this from Kupo earlier on in the day and Poison Ender in this game, these are games that should almost always be top 4 locks, but somehow, some way, they weren't able to happen. Maybe it is Hextech is just a whole lot weaker now. Maybe sure it's good in the early game, but you gotta pivot into something else. Could be just that. Could have been a whole lot of things. Could have been this Draven as well. Draven 3. Certainly put a damper on other people's plans.
Starting to stack those items, right? Jirachi said stack the RFCs on the Talons, for example. And now we have the stack on the Draven. This would have been really great against like the Cho'Gaths from previous things, and this is going to be very nice against Thornmail. So we have completely blocked Thornmails from blocking us, which is exactly what happens to Draven the majority of the time. You're not going to get, you know, that crit damage, but you're going to get more sustained damage. You're actually getting tankier as time goes on here too, because we've got the VIP bonus.
Yep, exactly. Oh, this Draven. Double Giant Slayer. VIP bonus. He's so
we
strong.
could have 4 people at 7-1 if Upset wins this next round.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever seen in my game, I had 6 people once, and 4 of us got eliminated in that round at 7-1. But I forget, it was an odd number because 3 of us basically ended up being a top 2 1 round later, but it was still pretty cool. But enough about me, more about this final here as Floating Tortoise is the one on fire right now. 6 rounds in a row. This is the second time we've seen 7 Debonair do this, particularly the Draven. This doesn't seem to be locked in until the very end of the round, so a lot of these items getting built early and then putting on to the Draven. Let's see if it's going to be enough. I like that we left the IE out. I really do. Giant Slayer is such a great item in the late game, and it seems to be working just fine here. Even without the HP bonus, it's a lot of raw damage anyway. So we're going to be able to win out another one. Does Upset win here? Or are we going to get the quad 7-1?
Oh, no. The triple 7-1. In fact, Upset Max goes out in 4th, but taking a look a little bit closer at like why this Draven is so good with the VIP Draven, Think about previous sets, right? And why Draven's kind of best position to be in was one of the first two rows. It's because of his range, right? Draven walking up loses so much value. But with this VIP bonus, he never has to move. Consistent uptime on those axes, consistent damage output. And that's why we see him doing, you know, what he's doing. I mean, part of it is 7 Debonair, part of it is being tier 3. But it's also, right? We get to think about why he's positioned where he is. And that's it's a big reason why.
Yeah, Deb definitely on air right now. This Draven, who sings that? Jordan Sparks, you know, loving this right now. We've got again the double giant slayer, so good. The Brambles don't have anything against this, so it's kind of like an internalized security system when it comes to potential defense, because so many people are used to IE Last Whisper, that triple Giant Slayer now. Hey, it might be because you're on Giant Slayer TV, right? We might be getting a little bit of a thematic buff as well.
True, I love those thematic buffs going up against Kane Drew. As Tom Kench too, farming a lot of components here. And Draven do it again. Giant Slayer really great in this matchup.
Whew. Who needs Infinity Edge?
Not Draven.
Who needs Infinity Edge? Not Draven with that infinite range. That Draven 3 has been around for 5 or 6 rounds too, so this should be it. I actually think both people will be playing Floating Tortoise on this next round, but we are not going to be making it to this carousel.
Single Persona finds Zeri 2, denying that possibility from Floating Tortoise for now, or at least lessening the likelihood. Floating Tortoise could roll once, and okay, it doesn't hit 2 Zeris. One more roll for another misfortune. She's the assassin. She's buffing up the town a little bit. Hey, we got the MF there in the shop, but can't buy her.
No. If we win, we can.
True. The
We
game
also
might
have
be
a
over at that
tier.
point.
Yeah, we have a tier just hanging out, wasted stats. You know how much we love that.
Oh,
A
no.
lot of tier 3 units, but very interesting that the brand made it this far, right? It's going to be Deb on Airs versus Deb on Airs on this particular round, and we get to see a couple different versions of it. We got the VIP brand, which should never really beat the Draven in terms of power level. It doesn't seem like that is going to happen. I wish we could, like, pretend and like go into a system and put an IE with this Giant Slayer and see if anything would be different. Because I truly believe the lack of IE is bringing us the victory. If this was a Draven 2, I still think it would have happened.
Maybe, that's interesting. I'd be curious to see the numbers on it, right? The results might be the same potentially. It's because it is a Draven 3, at least for the specific scenario. But yeah, the numbers, very, very interesting. I'm bad at math. I leave that to the smarter people.
We've proven that on stream many a time, and this is a great matchup for us for Floating Tortoise. This is a phenomenal matchup to have this particular build. We even have it on the Zeri as well. We have attack speed bonuses because of the Zeeks too, and even if we get in, that's a lot of damage. Irelia made it a little bit interesting, but this is again just a coronation in my opinion, because if they get scholared or masterminded, Draven's just going to get better against them.
Yep. Floating Tortoise floating away to a first place with that Draven 3. 7 Debonairs. I absolutely love seeing Debonairs in the meta. It wasn't Talon in the top 2 with 2 Debonair comps. It was Brand versus Draven, Boop. What an exciting game.
So Talon has been the Debonair VIP we have seen the least today.
Yep.
We've actually seen 2 Syndras. They were just holding on to things, but Talon not really around. We're probably going to be seeing a lot more of it tomorrow, but
yeah.
As of today, not the case.
Where is Talon? Nobody knows, but where are the players on the leaderboards after that game? Let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to be... Actually, is this updated? I don't think it is. Wait a moment, I suppose, to see the updated scores.
They should be closer to 30 and 40 points, so we'll get those updates to you in a sec. But looking at this now,
Here we go.
Here it is. We got it now. 39, 36, 36, 34. So everyone's still in it for the top 4. In terms of the top 1, we've got 6 eligible players.
Yeah.
Actually 7. SO's the only one, I think, that can't technically get there math-wise.
That's crazy. Floating Tortoise was in 7th place, I think, going into that lobby. And after that win, Hey, first place right now. Feeling pretty good about that one. Kane in a similar situation. The point values were
Yeah.
scrambled all the way around, but like you said, Boop, maybe 7 out of 8 players. I mean, math again is hard, but a lot of
Mhm.
opportunities for a lot of players to still reach that first place, and if not, get into the top 4 to come back next week.
Yeah, look back. I picked the best background for today.
You
I've
did.
got the Debonair Draven doing it.
Perfect.
I'm just now thinking about it. Love the double giant slayer. I'm probably going to be experimenting with some of that once I do get back onto my own games. But we haven't really seen, Deb's really been on the ground for the first 2 lobbies, and then has really found themselves on the air, especially with floating tortoise
Yep.
on that last lobby. But we went from no debonair comps to very, very, very strong debonair comps. A couple different versions. We've seen 1 Talon, we've seen 2 Syndras, we've seen 1 Brand, and I think 2 Dravens so
Yeah.
far. So that's a lot. So it's pretty contested, but 2 people have gotten Debonair 7 so far
Mm-hmm.
today with the Draven, with the Debonair VIP bonus to help us with our HP as well. So those stacked bonuses are very, very nice. Is the quote unquote skill and a little bit of luck going to be helping us out in this last lobby? Sometimes we need it. Debonair 7 is not something you should force, but if it's out there,
Yeah.
let's go.
Innovator where? Time for Debonair. That's what they say. Debonair has risen to the top
You're so
of the
talented.
meta. And Innovator's really fallen off. I mean, we've even seen them be inconsistent throughout the early game, and we haven't seen too many opportunities for other standout comps, right? Irelia did decently a couple of times. Haven't seen much Renata. Sivir kind of fell off a cliff, it seems like. Going Hextech again from that last game. What was it? Poison Ender had a fantastic opener, 100 HP win streaking. It was probably the best like 2-1 board, or one of the best 2-1 boards I've seen probably all set, but didn't translate into a top 4. Like that's still, I'm kind of baffled by that, honestly.
We have a couple of those. We had someone bail on Innovator 7 when it was available to them. And on this particular lobby, some similar stories that should really go to show what a new patch can do to some of these players.
Yep.
As we are entering the last lobby of the night, will this be 4 out of 5 lobbies reaching round 7? It could be
I
these
know.
players playing a lot. Debonair comps are going to be a little bit more of a slow game, right? Because you need the Draven. Any comp that has an anchor on the 4 cost unit is going to be a little bit later to come online. That's why it's the ultimate, reroll versus 4 cost, right? That's why it happens. But we're on the last lobby now, and let's see where it is going to go. As I believe 7 out of 8 people can still technically win, with 5 of them having a great shot at it if we win the lobby.
Exactly. Just win the lobby, Forehead. That's all you need to do. Maybe a bit easier said than done, but certainly the potential is there, and the cards might fall in your favor this time around. The final game, and like you mentioned, Boop, a lot of them have gone to stage 7. I was thinking like, oh, we're gonna end after midnight Central Time. I think we are, right? Last week was, or like 2 weeks ago, it was not that. We were already like halfway done with the final lobby at this point a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and that should be the natural course of things, right? The longer a meta or a set goes out, the longer the game should go.
Yep, definitely.
Just because you're doing better, people are making less mistakes overall in the lobby, so they're just lasting longer. People kind of know their directions. It kind of does seem like Debonair Brand 3 might be an auto top 4, to be honest with you. That was an easy top 2 for those 2 Debonair comps, in my opinion.
Yep. Definitely was. Had a good opener for it. Fantastic items, right? If the items were not like that perfect, it might have been a little bit riskier. Not as guaranteed, but had the units, had the items, everything kind of in the mix for a top finish there in that game. Now, Kandrew, considering some augment choices here: Luden's Enforcer or Hextech Unity. Hextech's probably not ever going to be the choice nowadays after the nerfs, but Luden's Echo, again, it's not like you think of Luden's, you think of AP, but you don't even need that, right? Luden's Echo is still just a generally good augment. It gets value in the early game. It'll maybe get a little bit less in like impactful value as the game goes later and later, but still a strong start that can let you go on a win streak, allow you to preserve the HP, get to these fast 8 scenarios all that much faster, especially with Kandrew pre-leveling to 4 here. Definitely playing for strong board, and hey, some great synergies to do it with.
along with the synergies, Ludens gives you a different baseline, right? All of a sudden, your baseline's just better. So you have a little bit more of a solid foundation to grow upon. I think a lot of people will look at Ludens, unless you have the prismatic Ludens, and kind of just think about it as an AP thing. But overall, if you look at the board right now, the best user of Ludens is actually probably the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
When it comes to being able to spread that damage around. It's going to be really nice on things like Brand. It's obviously going to be really nice on Brand, but things like Nocturne and the Rek'Sai also benefit from it.
Yeah, I actually had Talon. Does Talon proc Ludens? I actually don't know for sure. I haven't ever like, really watched that because it says it needs to cast and deal ability damage. Obviously, Talon doesn't cast, but it does deal ability damage. But
I wonder. I think if you can Hex Tech, you can do it. If like it works for Hextech Gunblade, I think it works for Ludens.
Gotcha. Okay, so did swap out the Talon for the Brand. Talon probably been a better unit there. If it does function in that regard. Went over to Isak here. See, Chung Money having a blue buff Brand. Hey, that could be a reroll Brand once again.
I love it. I am gonna main that comp after this. If you see a rerolled 20 out of 20 Brand. VIP, it's me. I'll see you in Diamond.
Hey, when the set was first announced and I first saw Debonair, I literally quote tweeted the announcement tweet, "Hey, I'm Debonair 20 out of 20." And yeah, I'm slowly gravitating towards that
They're finally
day.
good.
More
This
and
is
more
the best spot they've been in.
Follow through.
Yeah, some of these like Sivir comps from before were just so overwhelming. Yeah. Right now, the augments are a little bit more neutral. There are a lot more neutral augments and in terms of power level when it comes to like the first choices here, but they're a lot more position oriented, like Battle Mage or Phalanx, right? So you're going to be able to work around those, I think, a little bit better now than you have been in the past, as the mutant comps have been the ones that I think have been the most easily top forward if you're able to lock it in early. Specifically the Cho'Gath. We don't have the most important part here, so while you might say, hey, mutant has gotten I think 2 firsts and a second today, why is this particular mutant comp maybe not doing as well? Well, it's because those other 2 mutant comps got Cho'Gaths out of an orb.
It doesn't even have the second most important unit, the Malzahar, right? Early Malzahars and Morellos and Gunblades we've seen have success, but only a Rek'Sai and a Kassadin. Rek'Sai's still solid, still good, but yeah, not the same level of power as a Cho'Gath or a Malzahar.
We're not quite Super Saiyan just yet. The Swain, though, doing some good work. Mercs for QB. Love that choice. What better first or 8th comp than Mercs? We've actually seen some successful Merc usage. Asian Gucci Squad, winner of Best Name of Fight Night for March 3rd. Used Mercs and got second. And so we know that it can be effective, but when is the streak going to end? Because they also had Tiny Titans to help buffer that lose streak as well. So QB going to be about 20 to 30 HP below Asian Gucci Gamer was when they finally do cash out.
80 HP right now. They did level to 5 as well, which is a little interesting. Maybe wanted higher odds to find Merc units and then thankfully hit. Well, they did, I believe, have a Debonair augment, Debonair Heart, so we know that the pivot out of Mercenaries is going to be towards Debonairs, and at that point, it has to be Draven, right? Being the 4 cost. I guess it could be Zeri if QB Knight manages to cash out, go 8, roll it down, find VIP Zeri, but it is likely, I think, to be Draven, and Draven has already proven very, very successful, especially in the last game, of course, being 3-starred.
I think it's won twice. I think no, it's won. It got in second. I don't know. There was another Draven that did quite well a little earlier on, and this is probably the mana buff for the mutants, seeing the itemization plus the Scholar emblem the Scholar Heart for this comp. Oh, it's not though, because is it?
Yeah.
It looks like it is. There's the
Scholar Heart,
the blue popping up, so that's the Scholar
and then
buff.
Sniper on the other side.
Oh, it's the Dark Star mutant. So Malzahar also very, very strong in this particular version of mutants.
Oh yeah.
Where they give stats after they die. This is still going to be a win for the Kassadin. Upset Max actually is probably a little frustrated about that.
Yeah, that Kassadin Kassadin 1 auto for it was 147 damage there, I think. That's yeah, a little strong coming that through for the Voracious Appetite, aka the Dark Star. kind of mutant throwback. I think it's all the way to set 3, right? Dark Stars, yeah.
Wow, that was a dark time. Get it? Get
I
it?
love
Dark
set
Star.
3.
I actually really like set 3 too, unless it was Nicoverse.
Yeah, okay. There were some
and,
galaxies that were
and the tiny
pretty
dwarf planet.
unfortunate.
Those two were the only ones I didn't like.
Wait. Oop. This is a Renata 2 on 2.6? Huh?
That sure is. That sure is a Renata 2 on 2.6. Sounds like a really good song, but only for one person in the lobby. This mutant comp might actually be fine against it. We'll see how the nerfs of Renata like affect it. Probably not that much this early. I mean, there's starting off with the sprint, and then there's this. We are sprinting in front of the rest of the lobby right now with the Renata 2. But what you do with it is the question, because we've seen a lot of people hit 100 HP at the beginning of floor 1 and then get 5th. A lot of people, meaning 2 people, which is a lot for that kind of situation. For 2 comps, in most lobbies would even top 3. It would be clear of a 4th place.
Nothing makes me sadder in TFT than either that being me or seeing it happen to somebody else, like having such an insane start to a game and going bot 4 when it's like almost a guaranteed top 4. It's just like it's one of those things for me. It's oof. Hate to see it. Really hate to see it.
Yeah, it's like when your face starts getting hot, right? It almost feels like a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point in time. You got to actively work against that. Your brain can be your worst enemy when it comes to competition. So, Floating Tortoise now floated away with the lobby win last time. Are we going to be doing some sinking, or are we going to be continuing to float towards the overall victory? If we win here, we win the whole thing, right? If we want to control our own destiny, we win this lobby right here, right now. Again, easier said than done. Is another double ZZ Rot on the board.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, interesting. We'll see if anyone in the lobby has prepared some counterspell or dispel magic for the levitate. That Floating Tortoise is kind of riding that high after that last game. But, no, not so sure. I mean, this start is very interesting. The Assassin Heart, we might pivot into a Talon, right? There's Talon on the bench. There's a Hodge, which could find his way there, but it's already being committed to the Twitch right now. Sure, Twitch is just an item carrier. But Assassins in some regard. That's what we're going to see here.
All right, QB, remember playing Mercs, so don't pay too much attention to the HP. HP actually looking pretty good, to be honest with you. When it comes to Mercs, I feel like we had someone at 19 HP once after this carousel, and they weren't playing Mercenaries, so we know it could be worse. Single Persona also needs to try to make it to the top of that leaderboard again, because we got second. Single Persona was the brand reroll, and which was good because throughout the day we got first, third, fifth, and so a lot of times a lot of people would just continue that trend. Single Persona was able to work against it as we move into a Yordle Arcanus Hextech comp with the Malzahar, which has been a very popular unit so far today. Mutant's been performing quite well.
Yeah, Mutant's good. Solid if you get the opener for it, especially get a even half okay augment, or excuse me, Mutant like a buff, then yeah, go for it. Floating Tortoise with the Assassins. Oh, these units are all really low. MF does take out a few of them. Probably not able to do much more though, especially with the Swain healing and Lulu providing more health as well. Rolled down to 20, still losing, not stable. Augment choices. Agent Archives could bail Floating Tortoise out of this one. As a Seraphine, if this does give Innovator, and there it is, Innovator Emblem. We have 5 Innovator right now with the potential of 7 as soon as Zillion and Jace come through. That is perfect for Floating Tortoise right now.
We're actually, for a 6 loss streak to be at 70 HP is pretty good.
Very good.
We've only been losing by 1 or 2 units then over those rounds, because there's probably a very similar loss streak at QB Knight, who's at 46, right? So we're almost, not quite double, but we're very far ahead with similar results. So intriguing to say the least. But this comp can be terrifying if we hit. So we're probably going to continue to econ. We're potentially going to win this round and switch our win and loss streak. But losing here is actually not the worst deal in the world at this loss streak. We hit 50 gold with it. So maybe we want to lose.
Maybe. Still
Could happen,
going
actually.
to be. Well, I mean, Solution 2, it should be kind of strong, but hey, going up against 5 Innovator, yeah, you'd be taking yet another loss there. 36 HP. That's wait, whoa, wait a minute.
Oh,
Recombobulator. Clapio. Oop, we have Clapio.
We have it. Give us Clapio. Just give us Clapio. Throw that on there. We will not look at another. I'm just kidding. I personally love Clapio. Clapio bailed me out of the bottom 8 of a tournament once, and I was able to pivot into it. I was able to top 2 somehow. And being eliminated by Clapio is probably worse than a lot of other feelings. But I mean, Morella's lost a pretty good item on him. So we can shiv him up too. Oh, we feel okay about this.
I'm losing it right now. This is not real. This is not.
Oh, we are gonna shiv him up. We could Runins too if we're lucky. We get a second Galio.
We have item remover. So as soon as as soon as we get actually perfect items, we can just put them on the Galio. It's the Galio 2. There's Silco as well, giving him mana, being able to buff him. We have 3 Socialite as well. This is sure okay. There's a useless augment with Sniper, right? At least for now. Already gonna be using that. Yeah, remover. That's what you should do. Morello's. Oh, okay. I don't know about that one, but you know, sure.
It works. Right, it's not wow. Oh my god. I love it.
Your eyes, I don't think this is safe for Twitch. I don't know if we can show this on the broadcast.
Yeah, I actually single persona left when the ult went off. Like they knew exactly what was gonna happen. We are blessed from the Morgue God right now. Thank you so much on the Discombobulator. I've literally never been offered that augment, let alone been able to see it in the flesh, let alone see a 5-piece board at level 6 with 2 5 costs, one of them being tier 2'd with 2 out of 3 best in slot items on the Galio. And the Morellos is fine now because, I mean, the 3rd item doesn't really become impactful until like round 5, right? But we're already 5, 6, 7 rounds ahead. When it comes to this comp. And the hardest part about this comp is actually getting the Galio, right? It's so hard to pivot into the Galio, but the game did it for us. So this is the only time we'll see it. We haven't seen Galio all day today. Not a very good unit in traditional TFT, but this goes to show augments and how cool and fun, it depends on who you're asking, they can be, because I don't think the lobby is appreciative of this Galio right now.
I love TFT, Boop. You know, if I was a player in this lobby, like if I still competed in this game, and I saw that, yeah, you type BG, you go next, right? But seeing it from our point of view, I freaking love TFT, man. Level 6, Recombobulator, Clapio.
2 5 cost units.
Yeah, 2 5 cost. Yeah, and another 4 cost as well. Like,
and the Socialite buff. We got the Socialites in there, so
God.
There's no unit on the board until they become itemized themselves that is stronger than this Galio at the current time.
I'm still struggling to like wrap my head around this game. Like, this game still feels fake to me. I'm gonna wake up and be like, okay, that was just a dream. It couldn't actually happen, but it did.
And remember, this only happened because we had Renata 2 at 2-5.
Yep, Renata 2
6
stage
plus
2.
Plus a second 4 cost unit to to push into the Silco. So that was always going to be a tier 2 5 cost unit.
At 3-2, right? That's when augments come through. A 3-2 Galio 2.
We're level 6-2. We even shouldn't have 5 cost units right now.
I know.
Anyway, we'll see it again, I'm sure. It'll be around for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
This particular Renata build should be around for a bit as well. Anytime you have any burn type of damage, Morellos will be very good on that unit. We see it with the Malzahar. It's extra damage, but for Renata, it's even better. It's if you expand the Malzahar ult to the rest of the board without having to cast it out. So Morellos is going to be really good in anti-heal, but also adding, some paper cut damage onto it, as 2 gens are here.
Jeez, high rolling this whole lobby.
Yeah, the whole lobby is high rolling at this point in time. That's why someone with a Gen 2 might go into a Galio 2 and lose at 4-2. It could happen.
Hey, Tom Kench on 7, might as well throw it in there. Start feeding Tom Kench up nice and early. Ooh, feeding Tom Kench some
You know
prime...
what?
Oh, it has to be on the bench to feed it.
Yeah.
Wait, is he trying not... Wait, what's happening? Is he not trying to feed it? I don't know. Anyways, Tom Kench...
Basically, I'm going to call this lobby the Oprah lobby. Everyone's
Yes.
getting everything they want. You get a car, you get a car, you get a 5-cost unit.
Wait.
I mean, this is a tier 2 Renata 2 as well. We have 2 ZZ Rots.
There was 3.
Okay, 4 STFT, and it actually helps at least take down 2 units. The ZZ Rots actually take down a unit there. This lobby is nutso. This is, you know, there's traditional, and then there's non-traditional. This is straight up like fusion, like 2 types of food that should not go together being fused together into one amazing cornucopia of units.
Put another one in, another Galio, another clap. Oh, okay, never mind. It was quickly disposed of.
Round of applause.
Yep.
All right.
Now Tom Kench gets fed.
Man, these we have like final level comps already for a couple of these boards.
Yeah,
so,
this is not 4-3. Like, I refuse.
Yeah, so this is really tough for someone like QB who might actually be playing traditionally right now.
Yep.
Oh,
Mercs
in probably the worst lobby to play Mercs of all time.
I know.
Because of the amount of power that's here. We might not win here. We might die in Merc jail.
Wait.
I think we are.
Oh no, QB.
Yeah, no mercy for the Mercs, and QB falls in 8th place, opening up the entire lobby to a potential win here.
That's, you know, maybe I shouldn't meme about it, but like that's the kind of game from QB Night that's like you write a tweet longer about that one, right? Like that's not a fun game to experience in any competitive setting. I mean, it's not like QB's board was weak. QB's board was strong. It was Jin 2, Oriana 2, Lucian 2 as well, with, you know, some perfect items. This is a 1 in like 10,000 kind of like TFT game right here, and it just so happens
especially,
that yeah, go ahead.
Especially since it's 2 tier 1 augments. It's not like we have a lot of things that are helping. No one's you know, got the loaded dice prismatic to help us with our tier 3 units. True. Right? Like this board at 4-5 would be on the weaker side, right? But should be okay. But not right now. Upset Max is the one with the Galio. It's doing fine. Chunk Money seems to be doing just fine too. Irelia 2 going on for Floating Tortoise, who when we left had a very good roll down, by the way.
Yep.
At 38 HP now. This is a very non-traditional type of situation that we're seeing right now. Like I said, Gunblade going on the Ari. I believe that is an RE2 now. Yep. So looking at this mutant board, it looks so weak compared to everything else that we're seeing.
Triple ZZ Rot. I mean, what?
Wait a second.
Waiting.
Wait a second.
Waiting still.
Wait a second. Do the Zerots help with the mutant buff?
Yeah, they will.
So that's why you got 3. So you get some extra stats out of it.
Yep.
I like the idea. Would work great in any other lobby. just not this one.
Yeah. What a lobby. I'm gonna be saying that one a lot this game, but even this composition here from Kane Drew is very good. Finally getting some syndicate value in here as well, dropping out of other synergies. More Tom Kenches.
Mm-hmm. Once we do hit round 5, though, the Galio might start losing, depending on where other people are. Yep. And since it does seem like people were able to match, I mean, not the exact same sprint, but at least stay close in cycling to stay with the peloton, if you will. It's the big group of cyclers that is usually behind the leader. I think we have a pretty big peloton right now when it comes to the rest of this lobby. I mean, the HP totals say that.
Yep. That they do. Morello's going over to the Braum. Decent applier of the Morellos. A little bit awkward in terms of this board synergies, however. 3 Syndicate, you know, good number. 3 Bruiser and 3 Arcanist, not so much. That Vex in there. I mean, I guess we don't really have any of those units. We rolled to 0. That's what we found, right? Still awkward, though. More improvements to be made to this board. The Ari is still doing work. 2 really good items, but not enough work. Not as good as the Malzahar.
not as good as the Malzahar. We do have, you know, the Archangel's Embrace there to help with some of our AP damage. Switching around for the Ari, we got to feed Sir Thomas as well.
Yeah. Not a lot of gold to do so, because you still want to roll for upgrades. So what do we actually want to commit to the Tom Kench? So he's give him some scraps, you know, a Caitlyn 1. Just a 1 cost. I mean, hey, no, not feeding Tom Kench at all, in fact. You will go hungry this day.
We had a Galio 2 at 3-2, I think, or 3-3 or something like that. No, it would be the 3-4 augment that we got it at. That's insane. Nico's, though, that's going to be pretty helpful. We already have RE2, so the Nico's is probably going to be going on a 5-cost unit, or to get something to tier 3, if that is something that we're trying to get after. This board is slowly but surely falling apart. However, we have no... Oh, never mind. We could Nico's the Silco if we want.
Yeah.
It is 5-1. Everyone is so strong. I just feel like you have to invest as early as possible in this particular market. It's a very bullish market.
Ooh. This is a board in progress right now, Boop. That is for sure. And only 5 seconds left to make a lot of changes. The Ari is on board. 3 Syndicate. Okay.
Chug Money has been pretty slow on these pivots before, so it seems like we picked up the pace just a tad.
Yeah.
We were able to get
Wasn't
there.
bad. Not bad at all.
Oh. Okay, Giant Slayer Archangels. You're going to be doing more damage by the end of it, but less damage at the beginning.
Yeah. Only thing that's a
this
little...
is going to be... Oh,
Kha'Zix?
okay.
Okay, wow.
So... but these Dark Star buffs are pretty insane. The Ari does fall, but you only need 1 unit to win, and that's what's going to happen. Is Chug Money takes the dub with the Senna. Our Clapio has not lost yet, which... another really interesting fact about TFT is this, you know, if you have a really level 9 now, if you have a really strong comp at the early game, the rest of the lobby just gets pushed into oblivion. While we had, you know, 3 people reach round 7 in our last lobby, I don't think that's going to happen here unless, again, I mean, it does seem like people are staying closer than I think they should be. You know, we have some good comps, but has the damage been done? I mean, enough damage from first place has been done to pretty much guarantee a top 4.
Yep.
But how much further can we go?
Hopefully a lot further. Only thing that was a little bit suspicious in that last round from Chug Money was the Morellos and the Zac, but that was just an item carrier. And now we've pivoted away from all of the Bruisers into 4 Scholar, 5 Syndicate, little bodyguards as well. This is a good endgame composition. The Scholars, of course, helping out a lot of that mana from a lot of impactful units. Can Ari actually get another cast off? Yes, she can. Single Persona drops to single-digit HP, 3 HP there. It's been so long since QB's been eliminated. I'm like, oh yeah, QB's out of this game.
Yeah, I played Mercs, and unfortunately, probably have the most top-heavy lobby since we changed the format.
Yeah.
When it comes to it, so QB didn't have like the respite to lose by 1 or 2 units. He was getting wiped every single round, and that's honestly not really his fault. On this one, it was kind of like you committed to Mercs, and sometimes when you commit like that, this happens. Probably did cost him the win, though, unfortunately.
Yep. Here's the Clapio. We get to see it again in its full glory, and a Zephyr on the Ari as well. Ooh, might end up getting clapped here.
Level 9 comp, a lot of damage going into the back line, though. The Senna doing quite well.
Wait.
We do get Morello's tagged on everyone.
It's another Clapio. It's Clapio 1.
That is just another Clapio. That's
Wait,
just
with the exact same build.
This one's doing a little bit
it's
better. Actually, this one could... What game are we playing? So that Clapio does a little bit better. I love the fact that someone's like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it.
Me too. Great idea. I'm gonna do it too.
Well, because he already has the 3. He's not picking up any other Gallios,
I know.
right? So, and no one else is gonna pick up Gallios. Why would you? So, we're gonna go ahead and do it ourselves. And we saw that it did pretty well. If it was Galio 2, it could have taken the win there. It has, again, the exact same items. We have a Spider-Man meme situation here with a Galio comp. Don't really ever see that.
Never.
Binary airdrop 2 for this particular comp in lobby. We're already at level 9. Oh my goodness. 11 game win streak.
Yeah. My goodness.
It's probably going to continue, but the power is getting lowered. We only won by the Galio that time, and that probably is going to continue to happen. Eventually, though, the rest of the boards are going to be beefy enough to take those claps to the face.
Yeah.
Right? And is now the time, though? Has enough damage been done from Upset Max to carry us to the finish? I think it is going to carry us to 1v1, but lobby
Most
win?
likely.
We'll see.
Yep. A little micro decision actually happened there. I guess we'll talk about it afterwards. Move over to Kane Drew. Also playing Ari. This is with a Bruiser frontline, however, and a double Gunblade Ari. Very, very interesting. Ari v Ari in this matchup. And it looks like Chung Money is going to be the victor here.
Yeah, with some gold as well. This lobby, again, except the top, doing exactly what is expected of a fast-paced lobby in this way. I mean, in terms of, if I were to give you a tempo for this lobby, it would be Allegretto, like 180 to 200 something beats a minute. I think that's correct.
Ooh, well,
using that music degree can make my brain wrinkle very, very hard, or very, very smooth. I don't know. Well, we'll see.
I was gonna say wrinkle. I mean, that's some good info, some good stuff. A lot of wrinkles in your brain.
Yeah, anytime you have like the eto at the end, because it feels fast, it usually probably is fast. And then Allegro is walking speed. So the tempo, if you ever see music or if you ever hear the word, it means the pace of walking. Anyway,
okay.
this
is
this
5
ZZ
Rots
is hilarious, and we're gonna see a really beefed up last mutant, but it's gonna be up to whoever the last mutant is. It usually is the Malzahar. We don't need the Malzahar 3 if we're getting all of that extra damage from the ZZ Rots. And look at this absolutely destroy the Ari right now. One more ult from the Ari, and that was it. And it's gonna be the ZZ Rots taking the dub.
Oh, I love it. These are the kind of TFT plays that makes you really appreciate the game, right? You take such a specific interaction like the Voracious Appetite Mutant and say, how can I maximize this, right? Some players are going to be like, oh, you know, Innovator, that's +1 unit. Great. Oni Frontline, ooh, that's a cool synergy. You get 2 extra units. But building ZZ Rods takes it to an entirely different level. You get 5 extra units there on that board to be feeding these stats all the way over to the Malzahar, and he is just absolutely destroying compositions. If he gets to be tier 3, that is way, way too scary at that point.
Yeah, it's going to be like an atomic bomb coming from the Malzahar, right? It's just so much damage coming through. We have a third Hextech Gunblade. Maybe going an RE3 angle. We did pick up the unit. No further REs. That's going to be nice for the front line. We've skipped past the Scholar as we move back over to our ZZ Rots.
I love it. Yes. Let us see 7 mutant as well now. Wait, how many? I don't know. I don't know how many stats this is going to be. Boop. This is crazy.
That's 12 stat boosts for Malzahar at the end of the round. Unfortunately, these are a lot of one-cost units, and they're going to die very, very quickly. But Hextech Gunblade should be good. This is the most vulnerable point of the opponent. Yes, it's there. Oh, but the Ari takes him down!
Wait, ZZ Rot.
Oh, ZZ
Rot, dude! Yes! ZZ Rot, 1v1 there at the end. Takes the round to win.
We are seeing the most big-brained mutant comp we have ever seen in Fight Night. Ever, along with the fact that our Galio did just lose, right? So top 4, we're good to go. Top 1, I really want, you know, we're not supposed to play favorites.
Yeah.
But the ZZ Rot, I would not be unhappy if it finished in first place. Chung Money playing probably the most traditional of the game so far. Yeah. In the top 4, with the Scholar buff, is doing just fine. So let's see, is traditional just going to top 4 us, or can we try for the victory? 5 syndicates should be quite good for this Ari.
This is probably the best Fight Night game I have literally ever cast since its inception. This game is absolutely bonkers. We see the Galio slamming on down. Chung Money, your comp is too normal. Doesn't deserve to win. Get it out of here. Galio, clap it back.
Your comp is too normal. That is my favorite saying for TFT. Hopefully one day I can thrive in this type of environment. 2 members at single-digit HP, double the HP for Upset. But it seems like Poison Hunter did take a round off of them. So not completely invincible. Has been level 9 for a very long time. Upset Max had at least a 12-game win streak. to help with that development on the economy. So we've been sitting at level 9 this whole time. These 5 cost units have been throwing themselves at us, and with the Galio comp, we kind of just put them in.
Indeed we do. Showing money, scouting out, seeing all the preposterous stuff that's going on right now. Playing 2 Braum 1s. Couldn't upgrade it yet. Zephyr's gonna just hit the Zyra. Nothing too crazy there.
Okay, Kaisa 2
yeah.
with the Quicksilver. That's a pretty stellar unit. Not actually something that you see all the time right now. You tend to need the Challenger or the Mutant Direction. But this time around, it's going to be just fine. The Ahri is actually doing quite well against these high-level comps. Upset Max does win another one just to increase the lead. We have a potential 8th mutant for SO.
Oh, the Zizirot. Ah, yes, that's a better deny, is the Zizirot. They already have some mutant. They don't have a 6th Zizirot yet.
Oh, he's eliminated anyway, so it doesn't quite matter. Doesn't get the top 4. Was super fun. I'm happy that we got to see it. I'm sure SO had a blast during that situation too. It probably wins the lobby if it was in literally any other lobby today. But these Ahris are doing really well. Ahri's going to do quite well against Galio. So yeah, we have a top 4 right now. And as I thought we wouldn't make it to round 7, it does look like we're going to have round 7. And it might be a 1v1 between Upset Max and Poison Ender. Chung Money, though, and Kane Drew kind of working off the same unit, so once one falls, the other can reap the rewards, but it might be too late.
I mean, putting this Ahri in the Socialite hex here, and going to be a benefit from the Banshee's Claw. Still, the front line's a little bit lacking. Yeah, the Braum gets eaten, I believe, by Tahm Kench there. Not going to die, but still getting taken out. Having the Ahri be put in danger, and yeah, Tahm Kench says, all right, new meal. Ahri spit out.
Ahri gets a lot of health back on all of those ults, but CC, you know, we talked about how impactful it is. 2 similar comps, one gets better CC targeting, that one's going to win. We have a top 4 still at 6-6.
That we do. Moving over to the other Ahri comp, 2 Ahris being in the top 4, and the 7 mutant composition not being here just feels wrong. But of course, Ahri's still a good unit. Still, the Syndicates, you know, being a little bit buffed. Frontlining this Ahri, that's very, very interesting. And I think it's actually the right decision. Let's see how it's going to work out here, though.
Back in my day, she used to be a frontlining unit.
True.
That's who you would put her in the front with the GA.
Yep.
You can't do that anymore. But I do like the frontlining here. I think people play really conservatively with Ahri for some reason. And when you're in the front line, you don't necessarily need all of the ultimates anymore. You just need a couple good ones. It's a little bit riskier, but has a higher payoff, in my opinion. As we do take out Poison Ender, but really, we're all clapping for Clapio.
Oh, of course we are. 77 HP on a win streak is Max with the Clapio. Chung Money loses 5 rounds in a row. Goes out in top 4 still, though, but man... We're going to stage 7 again, Boop. Didn't really think we'd get here, but the lobby is just so crazy that even other players are strong enough to make it here too. Oh, I was going to mention earlier, actually, I did forget, but binary value is crazy here. Sure, you don't get the value from Clapio, but actually a little tech move that Max did earlier was they had components left over and a Zephyr. And if they wanted to, you know, when you typically load in with the round with the Zephyr, you place it on then, but you actually pre-place the Zephyr and a component to make sure it would get more binary value. So it's really just taking every little single thing into consideration with this game. Sure, you could say Max high rolled this game, but still these little moves, right? These little bits of decision making do still make a difference.
You can fall into a lot of traps when you're leading, right? In a lot of traditional sports, you know, you can have a super dominant team lose against a team that they 100% should have won against because they just didn't take it seriously, right? They thought that they were just better, and so they made a couple errors here, and eventually they lose. As we do get a good shroud to Clapio. Ahri not going to be on the Clapio, is going to get CC'd into the backline as well, and with the Hex-Tech Gunblades getting neutered by the Morellos, should be a Clapio win, no problem. Should be.
Launching to the skies, sits down, doesn't get to clap yet because Tahm Kench stole the meal. little greedy there on the Tom Kench.
A whole other item for the Scholar, for Silco is going to get us another item now.
Yep. Could just put the tier there and maybe like Chalice the Gnar. I mean, there's options here. We get a Tom Kench 2. How much stronger can this comp get? I thought it was capped, but it was not. Now it's capped, though.
You know, if I'm upset, I would be a little annoyed, too, that I'm still playing the game.
Yeah.
At 7-2. I'm still going to win anyway. Everyone just kind of made me use as much of my time as possible, which I love that kind of trolling. But at the end of the day, Upset Max, this has been the most dominant lobby so far off of a tier 1 augment binary airdrop, helping so much to everyone up into the sky.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, but Kaisa takes him down.
On.
Look, Upset actually a little confused there. Did you see that face?
Yeah.
So if there is a unit that can take down this comp, it's Kaisa. And for the first time today, we're seeing it. And unfortunately for Upset, it might be a death sentence. We could potentially make it to the 7-6 PvE round.
Wow, that is true, I suppose, technically. Yeah. Could lose like 15, 17 HP. Math is hard, but yeah, there is enough HP to get there. Also, Max didn't get value out of binary with these extra tiers. Put the blue buff on the Senna as well, so no extra item.
Oh, I guess we didn't want to rush the first ult for Silco with the blue buff.
Yeah.
We're probably going to get another component at some point in the next couple rounds. But Kaisa, this is not as... What a lobby, Khroen. Not only do we have a 3-4 tier 2 5 cost unit, it might not even win the lobby.
This wouldn't be the best fight at lobby of all time if it ended in just a stomp, right? You gotta put a little bit of stakes here for Upset Max. You gotta make him work for it just a little bit. Can't just be handed the win, Max. What are you gonna do from here? How are you going to make this an actual victory at the end of the day? Oop, how's he gonna
do it? We're gonna go ahead and complete the item on the Tom Kench. We're keeping the item off the Silco. So everyone except Silco and Galio gonna get an extra item. Man, that's a lot of, if you were to put that into money, it'd be a lot. But we'll see, and especially with the Frozen Heart Rabadons now on the Tom Kench, we're probably gonna get even more items for one more round.
Yep. Let's see it. Again, the Zephyr's come through, but Galio dodges the Zephyr this time. Gets to go into the air, but needs to take out this Kaisa. Kaisa dashes away. Galio's still attention is not turned towards this Kaisa.
Yeah, the Tom Kench might be a way to do it too.
Silco ulted.
Oh no. I can't believe this is happening. Man, Upset. I almost feel bad that we have to interview someone at the end of this. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, this has been... I don't even think it's arguably. This is the most intense lobby we've ever had at Fight Night.
Yes.
These power levels have increased so much, and it's coming down to around 7-6, one of the longest lobbies we've ever had as well. So 12 to 8 HP, we are not going to get the PvE round. This is it, folks, for what Khroen and I both said, the nuttiest, craziest, most non-traditional lobby so far is going to come down to this round, Khroen.
Let's see it. Zephyr's in the front line. Braum and Tom Kench. The Galio gets to rise to the skies, comes down, but of course the Kaisa has the quick silver. She's not going to get CC'd, and the Galio's attention is not there. Actually does get buffed up by the Silco. Can he do it? How much HP does he have left? He's too tall. We can't see it. One more clip, but no!
Oh my goodness!
He couldn't do it. The Kaisa Poison Ender takes game number 5.
Oh.
What?
Okay,
what a
so
game.
I thought TFT was supposed to be like chill and stuff. Anyway, wow. For that lobby, not only did we get it to around 7-6, it literally ended in double-digit HP for a unit. Wow.
Yes.
That is exact. Like, if you were to write a TFT book for best case viewing scenario, we just saw it, folks. Wow. I have actual chills that we saw the run back even. So, there's so much to talk about in that lobby. But first, let's talk about how it ended and see who won today.
Let's take a look at the scores. Poison Ender won that lobby, but it is going to be Upset Max with the second place, still claiming victory in this week's fight night. What a game, Boop. I feel you. I got chills as well. That must go down as one of the best games in TFT of all time.
Yeah. I mean, just like even
man.
the ending, right? The very last thing that happened was one auto attack. That was it. One auto attack more, Galio wins that round. That's it. One auto attack less on Kai'Sa, she doesn't ult, right?
Yep.
Zephyr's move, things could be different, but Upset Max does take the dub anyway, finishes in second, which seems like it was exactly what they needed, as Kane was able to go 14, and Poison Ender skyrockets up into the top 3. Floating Tortoise finishes out the top 4. A little bit more separation going through the bottom 4, but I mean, QB getting last place there, that was kind of a luck of the draw. And even Esso had the 5 ZZ Rot comp that, totally worked. But if Malzahar 3 was there, we might still be talking about him. That could have been a 3-rounder at the end, but such insane and awesome situation happening in this last lobby. If you have any time and you like TFT, that is the lobby to watch. Not if you're playing in the cup tomorrow. That is not the lobby you want to watch. You won't see that. But everyone else, watch that. That was awesome.
That was, crazy game. And at the end of the day, Upset Max winning. We're going to get an interview shortly. But Poison Ender, the only returning player this week to top 4 yet again, and return next time for, I believe it will be their 3rd week in a row. So we get to talk about 3-week curse next time around. Always something we love to do. But also a fantastic performance from Kane and Floating Tortoise as well. I know definitely throughout the course of today was impressed by their performances. But hey, I mean, that last game, Upset Max, top forward every single game today. Definitely well deserving of the win. It's almost like my brain is just like fried after that one. I wanted to be like, oh, throughout the day we've seen this progression, so we're gonna look forward to seeing these things in Innovation Cup. But I can only think about that game, that Galio versus Kai'Sa at the end there.
I have never wanted just to sit back and watch something that I've casted, I think, in a very, very long time. Just to be put in a situation like that. I can't imagine what Max feels like too, especially after you win by 2 points after that. What a roller coaster of emotion, right? You get second place, you lose by 1 auto attack, you come back, you realize you win the whole thing. It is, I mean, I'd be sleeping all day tomorrow if I was Max, but you can't because you're playing in the cup tomorrow. So, this is where I actually think it could end up happening. That was very intense. You definitely put a lot of work into it. Don't let the leftover stress and excitement carry over until tomorrow, because it's a totally different scenario. I think we're going to find more innovator players. Literally everyone dropped innovators by the last lobby. There were none. When there were half the lobby was innovators in the first one. But Debonaires were there. Not a ton of flexibility, not a ton of comps being represented. Mutants and Debonaires definitely the most consistent. But that last lobby is in its own little world of wonder there, as that was an amazing last lobby in every way, shape, and form. And it looks like we do have an interview right now. Upset Max on the line. Upset Max, congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling right now?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm feeling super amped. This was my first tournament I ever participated in, and
nice.
I was just hoping to do well. So coming in first is definitely much higher than I expected. So just very happy right now.
Doing well indeed. And before we get any further, gotta ask, just that last game is absolutely crazy. Walk us through it from your perspective, right? It was honestly the craziest game that I've ever seen, probably the craziest game I've ever casted. But how is it from your point of view?
Okay, so all I know is that I had the worst start ever, and then I was level 5, so it was 2% chance for a 4-cost unit. And then in my shop, all I saw was 3 Renatas. So I was
you got it in one shop?
Yeah, all in one. Yeah, 3 Renatas. So then I was like, okay, so I just bought one, I put it on my board. At the last second, I bought the other 2 and it just transformed, and everyone just came to my board to see what was up. And everyone, the chat was just spamming. I'm just okay, it's Renata 2. Let's see what I can do around this. And then the next augment I saw recombobulator, and I was like, okay, let's think about this here. This is either the worst or the best idea. And I was like, okay, you know what? We got to try for the first to eighth, so we hit recombobulator, and we got Galio too. And then I was like, okay, I put an Infinity Edge, Morello, and Rudons. I went fast 9, got a million items, and then lost to Kai'Sa with like the Dual Lotus and Infinity Edge. But I don't know. It was a really great game, and just the 3 Renatas in the shop, I'm gonna have to clip that after, because that was by far the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
insane.
Adding to the legend of that game. 3 Renatas at one shot, and this was 2-4, 2-5?
It was it was I think right before Krugs, so maybe I
Yeah,
think
so
2-5.
it was like 2-5. Yeah, 2-4.
Yeah, it was like 2-5.
Man. I'm gonna let you
Yeah.
know right now. I'm kind of mad at you. Anyway, let's keep talking about that game.
Okay.
Let's talk about your emotions, like from the end of the game to knowing that you won. Did you know that you had won before the end of that round?
I did not. I was trying to figure out
Okay.
like, yeah, I did not know I had won.
So walk me through the difference of kind of what your brain was going through. You have Galio too before you're even allowed to get to 5 cost units, right? You get 3 Renatas in a shop. You come into the late game, right? You lose by 1 auto attack on the very last round. You
Yeah.
come back, you see the scoreboard, you've won, right? I know it feels great, but are you okay? Like, are you doing okay?
So, okay, so I guess my thought process, first off, I had like binary, so I was trying to manage like 23, 24 items all at the same time. And then I was just trying to focus on the game. Yeah, I did not know I'd won. And then I was like, for that one last auto attack, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did not know that you guys were on my stream, so I was like jumping up and down as like the last auto attack didn't connect. And then I saw that after, I was like, oh no. But yeah, the one auto attack was hitting type of moments. And then I was like, oh, it's fine, a second. I thought that was guaranteed first. I checked the scoreboard. I was like, I'm doing the math here. And I was like, 52. Wait, the next closest is 50. I won. And then it was just like a moment of disbelief. And then I'm just happy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, going into your future, right? Today was a pretty intense day. Tomorrow we have some more TFT, right? What are you going to be expecting going into the cup tomorrow?
So I unfortunately didn't make it to the Innovation Cup. I definitely tried, but I couldn't make the cutoff for the snapshot. So unfortunately, I will not be playing the Innovator Cup, but I am trying for top 16 for the Challenger Series, which should be around like March 9th for the snapshot. So that's my plan.
Cool. Who you got for the cup tomorrow?
Who do I got?
Yeah.
Honestly, either Setsuko, Ramblin, or Robin. Because every time I play with them, they go first, and they just beat me. So either one of
Not
those
just
three,
you.
but
Not just you.
Yeah, a lot of
yeah,
people.
I would say probably Setsuko. He is super consistent. Whenever I check his match history, it's like 1-1-1-1. So I have my bets on him.
Cool.
All right, and yeah, I mean, probably a lot of people have their bets on him as well. But Max, congratulations on your Fight Night victory win here. It was a long day. It was a wild day. We're going to give you a chance to have any shout outs if you have them. Where can people find you if you stream or on social media and things like that before we let you go?
Yeah, sure. So I definitely stream. I'm a smaller streamer. I'm trying to get bigger, of course. So just I'm not sure if you guys are able to like promote a link, but I do stream.
Yeah.
And just I guess shout out wise, I don't really have any shout outs, but I do want to like clear up something. So a lot of people didn't know what like the C9TG in my name meant. So I guess I will shout out Cloud9 Training Grounds. It's a training ground program with Cloud9 because I'm actually a League of Legends coach for Cloud9 Training Grounds. So yeah, so that's what it means. A lot of people thought I was a fanboy, so that's why I added TG to be more specific. And yeah, so I guess shout out just my stream, drop a follow. I stream pretty regularly, and yeah, I'm not a fanboy.
All right, and the stream is upset max _, right? We got that right here.
Yeah, underscore.
All right, yeah, the link is in the chat. Go give Max a follow, especially after that crazy game. Max, congratulations, and we will see you here next week for more Fight Night Rising.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you next week, and thank you so much for casting tonight. It was a long day, and you both did a great job.
Oh, thank
Aw,
you. The
thank
wholesome
you.
note to end off that with. Boop, my heart. Just after a day
It's
that
a
we've
picture of
had.
Flutter.
Oh man, what a
Well,
good, what a good person. What
let's
a
just
good
leave it
game.
there.
What a yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
let's just keep going.
oh man, I am. Boop, I still can't get over that game.
I know. I'm gonna be trying to replicate it in my brain in every lobby, and I'm worried that like TFT just isn't gonna feel as good.
When you,
You know,
when you see a game
if
like that, everything else is just a letdown. You know, when you actually peak and you're trying to always like find that, you're trying
yeah,
to get even close to that, even like a fraction of
yeah.
that, and you
It's
just
like when you
can't.
finally get to eat Italian food in Italy,
I know.
right? And then you come back to the States and you're like, what trash am I
That's
eating?
me eating Wagyu
Um,
steak in Japan. Actually,
right?
that's
It's not like that, but I
yeah.
mean, that was so cool, and just to like go to show how out of normal and out of pocket that was, the fact that the two of us, and we probably watched the most TFT. When it because we do this weekly,
Yeah.
right? We've seen a lot of games, we watch streams, we play, and that is the first time I've ever seen that happen. So he lost. He got second
I know that
with the Galio at 3-4.
crazy. A
He
doomed game
lost.
into a triple Renata shop at level. Oh, disgusting.
Yeah.
You know, you said you were mad.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit
Well,
as
he
well.
lost
But
the lobby and then won the day, so he thought that he
actual
lost
roller
the lobby
coaster
and then,
emotions.
yeah, realized he was also $200 richer, a couple $100 richer at the end of the day.
Crazy.
Mad props, also first tournament ever, by the way. So that's also an outlying scenario for
Yeah.
you, Mr. Max. That's probably not going to happen again, but I can't wait for next week. As you know, 4 of those players are coming back.
Yeah, Max narrowly missing out. I actually thought that Max had qualified for the Innovation Cup, but unfortunately not. But still looking forward to the future, looking to that Challenger Series, things like that, because Max, I think, definitely has a future in competition, and likewise to you, Boop. I'm excited to see him next week, but we gotta wait a whole week for that. But make sure, if you're watching TFT, you know, I'm sure you've, hopefully you've heard about the Innovation Cup. Make sure to check that out starting tomorrow. A lot of great players, a lot of great games, a lot of great storylines, and it is going to be a blast. But on behalf of Fight Night Rising crew, Boop, and myself, thank you all for watching, and have a great rest of your night.